me. Give us your name and where you're calling from, please. The caller on the line, can you hear me for the last time? Can you hear me? No. He is listening via his system. Perhaps he is joining us for the very first time and do not understand that once your call is taken, then you begin to speak. That was the reason why I had my secretary try to do not call again. If I accept your call and you do not speak immediately, then I will no longer take your call. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you're calling from?
Good morning, my leader from here. My name is Pastor Jack, and I'm calling from Lagos.
Thank you,
thank you, sir. I want to first of all appreciate you for your enormous work, and the Chukwu Keremo continue to keep you and to lead us into Biafra. So my question this morning is, sir, also the Fulani administration in Imo State is becoming, in fact, it's not only becoming, it has become a problem to us. They are profiling our people and abducting our people. Is there not anything we are going to do to actually tell this Janjaweed slave that Imo State is Biafra land and we cannot run away from him, rather he will run away from us? And secondly, I want our people to continue to support ESN to get them more equipped. Because
we don't beg anybody to support ESN. If you don't support them, Fulani will take over your land. Why are you begging? I'm not begging anybody to support. Why should you beg anybody to support? Is this some kind of charity that we are? No, don't support ESN now, and Fulani will take over your village. As simple as that. It's not a question of begging. Why should you beg anybody to defend his father's compound? Don't beg anybody, please. Regarding the idiots, the Fulani imposed administrator of Imo State, that very fool, that original 419er. That same person that George Obiozo took to Fulani Janjaweed to make him the governor of Imo State from number 4 to number 1. Very soon he will know that Imo belongs to Biafra, not to him. He will understand that. He will understand it very clearly. Now they are abducting. Vanguard won't write about it. No Z newspaper. BBC, they cannot go to investigate. No, because they are working for new colonialists. They understand what Biafra portends for the freedom of black people, not just in Africa, but the whole world. They know it. And they are fighting tooth and nail to try to stop this unstoppable movement. Hope those of them will pay very dearly. I am telling them now, they will pretend they have not heard anything. Any day will respond. You see every manner of idiot will rise up to speak. Now they are profiling and abducting people at all the entry points into where nobody will say anything. That is the thing about black people, and that is why they are the lowest of the low in the whole world, because of their evil nature. When they see evil happening, they keep quiet. That was how slavery was sustained for centuries, until England, of all people, said no to it by abolishing slavery. In fact, even some black people were upset that slavery was abolished. We have the mentality of such people still with us till this very day. Hope of them will pay very dearly. I'm saying it live. This Dan, do not call. Once we call you and you don't pick your call, that is the end of you. That is the end of you. You can no longer call. You can no. I said no WhatsApp call. It's only on Signal. No WhatsApp call, please. Only on Signal. You can only call on Signal. No WhatsApp call, only on Signal. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you're calling from.
Good morning, sir. My name is Wisdom and I am calling from Umuahia.
Wisdom from Umuahia, please go ahead. What is your question?
I just want to thank you for the good work you are doing and what you have been doing for us. May Chukwu Kikabema bless you and continue to bless you.
You see?
What you went to do the time you went to Abuja to negotiate for.
To negotiate for what?
All right, you went to for restructuring so that the seaport will be opened in all these our coastal region. But our brothers, they don't understand this. They are the police. Even today, they increased the fuel, the price of fuel to 212 naira. We are really suffering in this country, and they don't know that we are suffering.
People don't know they are suffering because they prefer to live in denial and stupidity. Sometimes you stop blaming those in Abuja, you stop blaming the Fulani Janjaweed, and we start to blame ourselves. How did we get to this position? That is exactly the reason why I was admonishing Vanguard newspaper and all the journalists in the zoo. They are part and parcel of they do not enlighten and educate the people as to their rights and their privileges they should be enjoying as citizens of any country, anywhere in the world. They have failed very woefully, and that is why people are suffering. The same fuel that was at 86 naira, and the foreign janja will say Jonathan must go. It is 86 naira, it's too high. I will bring it down to 40 today. As you're saying, it is at 200 and something, 212 or thereabout. And then people are walking about as if nothing is wrong. That is the brain of a black person. That's what we're seeking to correct. That is the reason why black people are the lowest of the low. They are poor. They see something and they fail to act upon it immediately. This type of nonsense cannot happen in any white man's country. It's not possible. It can never. People will come out and protest. But in the zoo, they cannot protest. When they come out, the time we join their end side, they said, oh, Ipob has come to hijack. And we said we will not participate in the second one. The second one only lasted for 45 minutes, and they ran them up because they don't have the mental toughness needed to propel a mass revolution. Only IPOB can, and they know it. I say it without apologies to them. Only IPOB can effect a revolution. No other group of people can. It's impossible. I'm not boasting, you know it's true. Go and try and see. That is why they are making every effort to try to subdue what we are doing by lying to everybody. Barefaced lies. And Vanguard was busy publishing such junk. Unbelievable. This person called Dan, I am going to block you. I took your call a while ago and you idiotically did not answer. The person on the line, can you hear me please? Your name and where you are, if you may.
Good morning from here. I'm calling from here. I'm calling from Malaysia.
From Malaysia. Okafo, go ahead. We are listening.
Yeah,
what's your question?
Yes, my leader. I want to ask you one simple question. When are we start the killing of all these wicked politicians in Igbo land? When are we start of killing them? Because once we chase them out, to get Biafra will be very easy for us, them and their family members.
I think that a time and place will be appointed by Elohim, the God Almighty. It is not left to us. I think God is going to judge them. It is not up to me to judge, because I think the good book said you should not judge anyone that ye may not be judged. I am not going to judge any of them. The same thing with terrorists. All we need to do is to present them before God, and then God will judge them. And very soon that is going to happen. God is going to judge them very soon, not us. Our job, as Putin said, is to make sure that we send them into the presence of God. All of them. They have been killing us. They are abducting us. All of them are now pretending, including BBC Igbo, all the FUNEFUs, all the gangs of criminals. They are pretending they cannot see what Hopus Adema is doing. Everybody's pretending, or what Wike did. You know, people. They are all pretending. Do you think I'm going to forgive and forget? You must be insane. I can never forgive nor forget. Instead, we all sink. Let them keep abducting. You can see DSS abducting everywhere. The day now we rise up against DSS, people will not start the story from the beginning. They cut it from the middle. Now DSS is everywhere abducting. British government, they have kept quiet. Daily Trust, they cannot report it. Everybody is quiet. Now they are going, a man and the wife was abducted in Calabar. The wife went to work in their shop yesterday. She was taken from them. Everybody is quiet. DSS abducting innocent. They cannot abduct bandits. They cannot abduct Boko Haram. They cannot abduct all those sponsoring bandits and Boko Haram in the north of the zoo. It's only in our land that you see DSA director, a Fulani man, one idiot called Haruna in Imo State, abducting people, and all of you are now keeping quiet. Any day we respond now. You see all the idiots, they will rise up. And we are going to respond very soon. Useless zoological republic. You people have not seen madness. You are going to see what is greater, or should I say worse than madness. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you. Your name and where you're calling from, if you may.
I am Mazi Moses Teledo. I'm calling from India.
From India, please go ahead. We're listening. The world is listening, of course. Go ahead.
Yes, Mazi, I want to just make a suggestion. This suggestion is all about our brother and our uncle, Agro-Neurosi, who died as a child of circumstances. Because I am aware that he is not involved in the coup, and this is a man who commanded the United Nations Army for good 4 years. The coup plotters did not involve him. The Janjaweed, they planned and they killed him. So I want him to be immortalized. It's my suggestion in the land of Biafra. And secondly, the war museum that is in Umuahia is third Nigerian National War Museum. That is Biafra National War Museum, where Ojukwu, everything about Biafra was, stationed. So I want all those places, I want Biafrans to take over that place. Secondly, we are earnestly expecting you in India. Thank you, Mazi. God bless you. God will continue to protect you. No evil plan of the enemy will come close to you until Biafra is restored.
And beyond, he said, thank you very much for that. On the first one about my great uncle, Agui-Ironsi, the only battlefield decorated general in the history of Nigeria. He is the only battlefield decorated general. The only man that earned his stripes, his rank in the battlefield. The rest are all quota, including Buratai that just left. That specialize in killing civilians. Ironsi went outside Nigeria to go and fight in the Congo. Commanded the UN there admirably, and he was made a general. Not all these paper general. That is one thing they don't like about us. That is one thing. I mean, in Britain, there are good people, but always the evil ones overshadow the good people. As I said, in the main, English people are very, very tolerant, very wonderful people, unbiased. But there are, say, pockets of evil amongst them. Ironsi was decorated in the battlefield of Congo, where he fought. Tell me any Fulani Janjaweed that fought outside Nigeria before. None. He is only by killing civilians. Or during the war, when our hands were tied behind our back, food blockade, air, land, and sea blockade by Britain and Russia.
Infiltration na army, repentant Boko Haram. Kediki Yesu will extract ya ndebo members of Boko Haram bata na army. Na the real soldiers. And we go betray ya. And no one and all the other sister security agencies. And we go infiltration. Terrorists.
How can they tell you that demons are responsible for your poverty? The demons are the ones delaying your destiny. And you are scared. Whenever you hear demon, you want to. We have been living with demons. John 10:10 said the thief cometh but to do what? To steal, to kill, and to destroy. So anybody who steals is what? The thief. Somebody who kills is what? And someone who destroys is what? The thief. Okay. Who has been stealing in this country? Who are those that have been stealing? Are they not in government? When one person will carry 5 billion naira and nothing will happen, they have been stealing, and from stealing, what happens? Have they not killed? Have I not told you before? Somebody steals money meant for doing road, and the road is not done, and people die out of accidents. Has that person not killed? Because stealing and killing go together. And when you kill, have you not destroyed? Hospitals that would have been built in the country, people stole the money. To the extent that even Aso Rock Clinic, that budgets are done every year, running into billions, cannot even treat. Can't treat our presidents. Can't even treat no simple this thing. But the budget was done. What happened to the money? It was stolen. Abi, who stole it? I'm asking, who stole it? It's not human being like you, flesh and blood, that we even live with. Some of them even come to church. So this is my problem with some men of God who make our problem look like it's a demonic problem. So we must be doing deliverance. No, the demons, see, I cannot fear the devil anymore because we live with them. His cousins, his nieces, his sisters, his brothers, his uncles, they are in our legislators. What do they call themselves? Legislature. They are in the judiciary, they are in the presidency, they are in the local government, they are in the state government. We live with them. They have been killing. So why would anybody now frighten you and tell you demons? See, demons have even gone to God to report Nigerians that the things they have not done, Nigerians are doing what? Are saying they are the one. Face your fear. Meaning know the right fear to face. Know where your problem is actually coming from. Otherwise you just keep, and that's part of the problem I have with these mighty men of God who will tell poor parishioners or poor Christians that your destiny has been stolen by a demon, Abi, or by one spirit. Come for deliverance. But the destiny thieves are all over there. Then when these mighty men of God have chance to meet with these destiny thieves, these demons, what do? They will not deliver them. They will rather take pictures with them and come and show us how connected they are. But then they will now come to the poor ones and tell them that the demons that are holding your destiny, you come and do 21-day fasting and prayer. But you will meet with the men demons and you will not deliver them so that Nigeria will be good. Face your fear. Leave demons alone. You hear me? If the devil comes, if you wake up at night and you feel it's the devil that woke you up, I want to kill him. Tell him, bro, my next door neighbor said, even was past you, have survived him or her. I'm not scared of you. We have seen most of our problem, most of the things you guys are made to be scared of in the spiritual, those are not the problems of Nigeria. I am telling you with all conviction. It is not demons that came from hell and took the money that is meant to purchase arms for our military. That bandits can enter a village and slaughter people in hundreds and do everything they are doing and go. No arrest. Have you ever heard that bandits were arrested and prosecuted in this country? Is it demon? Are they demons? If your destiny, you'll be busy binding and casting destiny destiny demons, and I beg, if I hear which destiny demon.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi, Jonathan Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra land. We are here live and direct. Today is Saturday, the 30th day of July in the year of our Lord 2022. We are here live and direct. Today we continue on our usual discussions on religious matters. Therefore, as I have been saying, we continue doing what we are doing because the restoration of Biafra also involves the mental liberation first. In order for us to sustain our freedom in a positive way, we must first of all indulge in mental restoration, mental freedom, mental emancipation. If you don't do that, honestly speaking, the physical restoration will be worse than even the quagmire, the zoo we call Nigeria, because you continue thinking like that. If you don't refine, we don't first of all refine the way we think. That is why our leader has been taking time hammering on changing the way we reason. That is the first thing. Do you understand? The way we reason is highly critical. It is crucial in what we engage ourselves into. Prior to the physical restoration, we must first of all restore ourselves mentally. And that part of it is the reason why we are doing what we are doing in this hallowed platform, in order to enlighten, in order to make sure that our people hear the reality, because what we preach here is scientific. Truth is absolute. It doesn't matter the language you use. Truth is mathematical. It gives you the same results. Facts and figures. That is it. Therefore, I will be here with, as usual, one other Marien, who is already here with me. But before I go to presenting her, please let us pray. Our brother Mazi Sampe will lead us in a pre-recorded prayer. Let us pray.
Oga Awusa, gozie obodo niile mmiri a ga-awụsa
ga-awụsa gosi mba niile ala Biafra niile bụ ndị ga na-azụ ụkwụ n'okporo ụzọ mmiri a ga-awụsa gosi ha na-eke gosi ha n'ori gosi ha na-akpọ gosi ha na-akpọ na okadịa
ise. Once again, I welcome each and every one of you to today's edition of Radio Biafra House of Service, coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. Today is Saturday, the 30th day of July 2022, being the day we dedicated for the foreseeable future on discussions concerning religious issues. We will never shy away from it. You can remember even during the days of our leader, even earlier days, when he dived into religion, people were calling him, advising him, advice. Hey, Mazi, do you know, please don't dive into this. It will tear us apart. Let us focus on restoration of Biafra first. Now, when we restore Biafra, now we can discuss about it. Our leader laughed. He said, what is the restoration of Biafra? We can never talk about restoration of Biafra without talking about religion. If we have no-go areas in this restoration effort, then there is no need. It would be better for us to continue cooperating in Nigeria. So that in order to satisfy ourselves, or few of us. No, don't talk. Don't make sure. Please, you are provoking some people. Our advice. But we must continue what we are doing, because we have seen that this is one of the main causes of our sheepishness, of our docility, of why we are becoming cowards. Igbo race, Biafrans that are offsprings of that came from the lineage of brave Ekumeko. We are turning into cowards because of what they pump into our brains religiously. That God will fight our battles. That miracles, just pray and expect miracles. Today we are going to dissect some issues that you will hear and understand. Therefore, before I continue, I will bring in one other, please, to briefly introduce yourself before we continue. Go on, one other, please.
Good afternoon, Mazi, Jonathan. Good afternoon, my fellow Biafrans. How are you all doing? Especially those in motherland. I want to congratulate you guys, encourage you with the ongoing protests. Hopefully, you guys will stay in the trenches. It's a must do. We must bring awareness to the systematic killing of our youth, the heartbeat, the engine of who we are. So what you guys are doing is noble. What you guys are doing is recognized internationally by any civilized world, even the under-civilized world. So just want to encourage you guys that we're supporting you, but in prayers, in any way we can. It's a noble cause. There comes a time when something will trigger for us to take the bull by the horn. This is our moment. This is your moment. This is the moment to bring awareness to this extrajudicial, systematic destroying of our youth by Uzodimba and his cohort. So, before I proceed, I want to give respect, the utmost respect to our Hamadike wherever he is, that God will continue to protect and guide him. My name is Marien. Welcome to the program today. As usual, it's about religion, spiritualism. Where are we? What do we need to do? This, the trauma we have been through, we must get to the root, unravel them, so that we can be able to move forward as a group of people. Thank you all for your listening today. Once again, welcome to the program, Marien. God bless.
Do not forget that our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, is still in the enemy dungeon in the DSS, Nigerian DSS. He is our leader. There is no other supreme leader we have other than our leader. In his absence, or temporary absence, I should say. The DOS is in command. Whether you like it or not, there is no other person. Paracetamol is not paracetamol. That is it. Any other person that is talking to you other than the structure, know that that person is a usurper. That is it. You know them by their fruits. People that came into the struggle, first of all, for money, for position, for contacts, to use IPOB, climb up in their political quest in Nigeria. There are some people like that. Maybe as a principal officer, you know, you will, before you know, you will get in contact with one Nigerian politician. They will contact you. And boom, bingo. From there, these are charlatans. I call them charlatans in what we are doing. They are not genuine. They are not genuine. These are serpents that are more dangerous than even the Fulani, the Caliphate. I'm telling you honestly. Therefore, we must continue what we are doing today. I'll just read, I think, one or two headlines. But before I do that, because what we are going to discuss is immense, honestly. We are loaded in order to unleash facts and figures. Today, in this religious discussions on religious matters, we are going to discuss on a topic that says forced religious conversion. That is simply the topic. Forced religious conversions. That is it. Therefore, please remain all ears in order to listen. Tune on to your radio in Biafra land. You are listening devices, various listening devices. In order to listen onto this hallowed platform, do not even deny your enemies. Your enemy. Do not deny them listening to this hallowed platform, because this is where we learn from each other. Enlightenment is dispensed here. What we say here, you don't hear it on a mainstream media. It is impossible, because they are always trying to be politically correct, not to provoke some people, you know, just the whitewash lies and bring to you, and you buy it. But we must continue. As I said before, I continue. I will go on to read the IPOB press release of the 30th July 2022. It says, United Nations Others is not Nigerian Court Others, IPOB. The attention of the global movement and noble family of the indigenous people of Biafra under the command and leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been drawn to the laughable, disgraceful and unguarded statements credited to the inconsequential mushroom groups called Northern Coalition Group, CNG, or Coalition of Northern Groups, is the same thing, on the UN Working Group on Human Rights and Arbitrary Detention's recent opinion for the unconditional release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This ignoramus, faceless Northern Group shows their idiocy and absolute ignorance by attacking and warning United Nations on their order to release IPOB leader and prisoners of conscience Mazi Nnamdi Kanu unconditionally and compensate him adequately for illegal abduction and extraordinary rendition from Kenya to Nigeria over a year ago. The statement credited to this Fulani group towards United Nations opinion betrays the Fulani mindset and how undemocratic and lawless the Fulani people are, or the Fulani Caliphate is. It is not far from the truth that the Fulani government in Nigeria sponsored this faceless northern group to attack the United Nations decisions and recommendations. They want to test the reactions of the international community. The world must understand that the Fulani Caliphate is a parasite in Nigeria who are bent on hijacking indigenous people's ancestral lands and resources in Nigeria. But IPOB won't allow them. They have hijacked strategic positions in Nigeria government, have deliberately and tactically weakened the Nigerian military while empowering the Fulani terrorists to take over Nigeria government or government structures and then seize the ancestral lands of all the indigenous people in the zoo called Nigeria. It is obvious that the recent increase and boldness of attacks by these Fulani terrorists, especially in Abuja, will convince every doubting Thomas that these terrorists are state-sponsored and the agenda is to Islamize and Fulanize Nigeria and forcefully take over the federal government of Nigeria. The government in Nigeria is a bunch of Fulani cabals and agencies called the presidency, who have bankrupted Nigeria while importing and sponsoring terrorists to take over the Nigeria government. But their plans have failed and will continue to fail. If others will accept terrorist government in power, IPOB and Biafrans will never succumb to their intimidations, and they will regret why they indulged themselves in that act in the first place. The recent shameless statement from Fulani attacking the United Nations show that they are demented and don't know that the United Nations opinion is not the same as the Nigerian others they flout at will. Fulani government and her people thinking they can use terrorism and threat to get people succumb to their demand. They understand that threat and terrorism don't shake the indigenous people of Biafra. Very soon, the Fulani government and her people will understand what they have done to themselves. Attacking United Nations opinion shows how clueless, uninformed, and inconsequential they are. United Nations is the final arbiter in the world, and Fulani backwardness, ranting, and undemocratic nature cannot change the decisions of United Nations. The time to bury Nigeria finally is fast approaching. That is why they are ranting against world organization without minding the consequences. More so, the terror times of Fulanis in Nigeria is about to be extinguished, and we shall see them no more in the nearest future. The faceless NCG group thinks that they have the temerity to challenge the United Nations opinion on its core mandate in sanctioning tyrants and human rights abusers in the world. Fulani government thinks that the world are ignorant of what they are doing. Fulani government, okay, excuse me, I have some distractions. The faceless CNG group thinks that they have the temerity to challenge the United Nations opinion on its core mandate in sanctioning tyrants and human rights abusers in the world. The Fulani government thinks that the world are ignorant of what they are doing in Nigeria, creating different kinds of terror groups to terrorize and rampaging the public in the hope that that everyone will succumb to their intimidating tactics and yield to their Fulanization agenda. How pitiably wrong they are. They have indeed miscalculated this time around. When did faceless groups like CNG become government spokespersons. For Nigeria government to have kept mute since the order from United Nations means they knew what they have entered into. They don't want to say anything that will go contrary to the United Nations decision as a government. Instead, this motley of uninformed northern elements came out to publicize their ignorance and cluelessness to the world. They don't know what United Nations stands for in the Committee of Nations. When did faceless group or groups like CNG become Nigeria government spokespersons? For Nigeria government to have kept mute since the order from the United Nations means that they knew what they have entered into. They don't want to say anything that will go contrary to the United Nations decision as a government. Instead, this motley of uninformed northern elements came out to publicize their ignorance and cluelessness to the world. They don't know what the United Nations stand for in the Committee of Nations. Biafrans and other trapped nations in this contraption should go home and thank God Almighty Chukwukabiama, who is in heaven, for giving them a group called the Indigenous People of Biafra, Ipob, and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Posterity will bear us witness the heavy price we paid, well, we have been paying in opening the eyes of the great nations trapped in this British enterprise or enterprises. In British enterprises experiment called Nigeria. Comrade Emma Powerful, Media and Publicity Secretary for the Indigenous People of Biafra. We continue calling for the release of our leader. It is now ricocheting everywhere around the world, and our leader must be released. He must be released by fire, by force. We are not begging for what or our rights. I need to clarify something. Okay. We must continue. As I said, I will not waste much time in reading news, but I will read just few news headlines. And as our Wada said, we encourage people to come out to protest. It is your inalienable right. In every democratic country, you have the right to protest. If you don't protest, which means you accept what is going on, that is it. Ebubagu must be kicked out of Igbo land. That is the reality. We commend people that are protesting. Others should join them and give them physical support in any way or every way possible. Because when you don't protest, they say silence means acceptance. The interpretation of silence means acceptance. If you keep quiet and what is going on is going on, you don't talk, you don't make your voice heard, which means everything is okay. That is the reality. When you see the developed countries, what they are doing, just like the Prime Minister of Austria has resigned, he stepped down. That young man, I call him a young boy, has stepped down. Why? Because of a scandal, just a scandal that a member of his party started. How they even influence buying votes, or buying people to vote for them. So the media overheard this conversation and all hell broke loose. The media started letting the people understand what is going on, and at the time the Prime Minister said, it is no longer tenable for me to stay. For dignity's sake, I resign so that another person will take over. That is how civilize the people act. But look at a case in Nigeria. Any person that is elected into office, as they say, election is unquote, but it's election. He will go, the community, the village will make maybe 1 month celebration. That their time God has finally answered their prayers for their son to enter their loot. That is what it means. Because if you are there to work for the people, why will you celebrate? You go to church and mosque and celebrate, and you buy drinks for people, food, cooking. Everybody is eating, because you entered into a political office, a public office. Does that make sense? We must continue. The World Igbo Congress suggests impeachment proceedings against Uzodimma. It is long overdue. You understand? He must be kicked out of office. The World Igbo Congress has said it. It is long overdue, because that man, the stooge, the Fulani Caliphate stooge, that Fulani Caliphate stooge, he shouldn't be there. He is there from behind. Just he entered there through the window. He must be kicked out anyhow. Therefore, you are encouraged to come out in order to protest. Look at he scammed the innocent of billions of naira. Bring cars, innocent manufactured and brought cars to him. And he celebrated, he bought cars from Innocent. Today, he didn't pay, he never paid a dime. Today, Innocent is suing him so that to pay him his money. This is the type of system you have, where everything is rotten. We must continue. Another news headline says, Buhari not aware of threats to kidnap him until I told him El-Rufai. Do you see how they make light of issues? El-Rufai is a sitting governor. He's a current one of the commanders of Boko Haram, of all these terrorists. Everybody know that. Anytime he's coming out to talk against his lip service against the terrorists, against Boko Haram, it's just to play politics, lip service, to cover up his crime. Now he's saying it's him that informed the impostor that terrorists want to kidnap you, be careful. Even I myself have taken care. Look at a government like Nigeria with the resources. Now they are making light of it. Imagine that it is another, maybe I will not say Biafra, so that you will not even think that. Imagine that it is OPC that threatened to kidnap Rufai, the president. What will happen? Carpet bombing. They will carpet bomb everywhere. Talk less of Biafra, saying that if you don't give us Biafra, we kidnap you. Look at, they will now, they will blow it, and before you know, bomb is. They will take it to the whole Western governments, United Nations, and look at, these are terrorists. Just that is why we need planes, more planes and equipment to bombard these people. But in their own, the things they are sponsoring, they are playing it down, laughing over it. Say, President, be careful. After all, you see how the terrorists, the Fulani terrorists, they are boldly marching towards Abuja. You see it in social media. They film their attack and they send it out boldly. Whereas the Nigerian military, their equipments are old-fashioned. Do you see it? That is what we are suffering and why we want to move out from that dungeon called Nigeria. Why attacks have accelerated military source. When you read here, you will see that they are bent on continuous analyzing. They are making analysis without doing anything. It is absurd that the terrorists are marching boldly right from the periphery of the Nigerian borders down to the center. Something that never happened in any, even West African countries. It never happened. In Mali, they have been kept at bay. In the border areas. In Burkina Faso, the same thing. They never go down to the capital. But remember what Pastor Emmanuel Bosun said. Abuja Declaration 1989. That tells you all you need to know. The Islamization or Fulanization of Nigeria through Islamization. That is when they hatch the plan, practicalize it. When Babangida puts hands into the coffers of Nigeria and paid $21 billion, not 21 billion naira, to the OIC to Islamize, to Fulanize Nigeria through Islamization. This is what is playing out today. You know, before people can say, no, it cannot happen. It's propaganda. We are safe in Abuja today. Are you safe? Are you safe? I'm asking. The answer is no. We must continue doing the needful. While I don't know whether you have anything to say before I continue to the main topic of the hour.
Yes, Mazi, I have one or two things to add to the
Please go on.
News making headlines. I think I monitor the same news. You're talking about where they were making light of El-Rufai, talking about he told the president. When I saw that, then it was really it's a shameful news. Why do I say that? So now is that trying to say El-Rufai trying to say that the president is not being debriefed of the security status of the country? That's what it means. You know, one of the major daily briefing of any president of any country is the security briefing of that country, so that the president will know how to strategize, move things from one end to the other, because his main job is to protect the people and the property. So if this president we have seen on social media gallivanting from one country of West Africa to another, to Europe, is not even being debriefed, to the extent he didn't even know that there was a threat on his life. So all these people, these all one Nigerians that are believing and depending on the government apparatus, the government military security outfit to protect them. How can they protect you? Because if this guy you call your so-called Buhari, whether he's dead or alive, is the commander-in-chief. He is the one that is going to give instruction. He is the one that's going to give directives to go and protect you or not. He himself didn't even know there was a bounty on his head. That is how bad things. It was a shameful thing. Another thing I wanted to bring, I monitored that news like I said earlier on. There was a guy, I don't know whether it's the same news or another news. This guy was trying, they were, these so-called crazy media presenters. They are the worst. I've never seen anything like this, Mazi. There are these guys, I think it was on that program the question was, what do we do now? And the guy was hashing out how it all started. You could see the presenters trying their possible, and most of them are from the south, their possible best to rush him down to say, where we are now is not what started it. We're not here to blame anybody. Where we are now is the solution. In my head, I'm like, how are you going to get to a solution of a problem where you don't even know how it all started? Why? Because they don't want the truth to be told. They don't want Rufai's name to be mentioned. They don't want Buhari's name to be mentioned. They don't want anybody to remember all the statements Buhari made before he became a president. Even El-Rufai made one of his tweets where he said that if anybody kills a Fulani, that they will always remember, they will revenge. They don't want to hear things like, so how are you going to bring wholeness? How are you going to bring this so-called one Nigeria when you are not ready to face the truth? That is where people are. So the argument is this: Nigeria is done. I'm talking about the so-called northern, or whatever they call themselves, unification or union or whatever. This is an example when somebody like me speak about Takia. These were the same people or group of people that a couple of months ago claimed that have petitioned the federal government to conduct a referendum and let the Biafrans go if they want to. I believe in the same group. So anybody listening to them, maybe foreigners or some of these our people that don't want to see the truth and acknowledge the truth, still have their heads buried in the sand like the ostrich. We say, oh, even the Fulanis, even the Northerners want us to go. They don't want you to go because what? We are the lifeline of that country. We are the lifeline in every ramification. We are the life wire, whether we acknowledge who we are or not. There are the same people now saying Mazi Nnamdi should not be released. Okay, Mazi Nnamdi should not, even though what that statement for me, I'm happy the way Imo State answered it. It's a non-starter because they are non-entities. That's who they are. Who cares about them? What are they trying to say? They may be able to influence what is happening in Nigeria. We're talking about war stage. There are nobody. The opinion carries no weight. But thinking about analyzing that foolishness they set up, Boko Haram terrorists can be rehabilitated, set free, put into the community, paid. These are terrorists that are terrorizing the existence of the so-called sovereignty of this country. That even the president has been shot at twice, him and his convoy, whether he was there or not, have put a bounty that they're going to arrest him and the stupid Erufai. This is the group we're talking about. They are worthy to be rehabilitated. But an innocent man who is just exercising his inalienable right cannot be released. And somebody is listening to that. That is why I said it was a non-starter for me, that because they are non-entities. So issues like that, honestly, I'm glad, brother Imo said it, because for those, because there are some of us who, for some reason, it doesn't matter how much you try to minister to them, talk to them, they are not getting this story. They are not getting the picture of what is going on. So these are the people Imo State, I believe, has ministered to, spoken to, and I hope they get it. These guys are not entities. We are not dealing with them. We didn't petition in their court. We don't petition to them. Your opinion should not matter, does not matter, will never matter. So that's the where things stand. So this is one of the things that we're going to bring in, Mazi, as we continue to proceed to the thing. But Nigeria is really done. All those people who think they can hide in Abuja is not safe anymore. So my question becomes to them, even the Ohanese is talking about whatever they're saying, I don't even trust them. All of them that have been advocating, thinking they were safe in Lagos and Abuja, let them wake up and smell the coffee. So where are they going to run down now? Somebody like this stupid news of them, he's ruling from Abuja. Let him go home, because the time will come when Abuja cannot accommodate any one of them. Because you know what? The fire is already on the mountain. It doesn't matter what they do. This is how these people operate. They're already in Abuja. There's nothing you can do. And I want to use this opportunity. Then I will get into the main topic, Mazi. I want to use it to call other West African countries who are sitting quiet. Just like some of us are sitting with what is happening in our Igbo land right now, especially in Imo State, thinking that, oh, it's an Olu affair, it's Imo State affair. Every Biafran, every Nigerian should rise up for the killing of this, the murdering of this, cold-blooded murdering of this 14 innocent youths. It could be you tomorrow, it could be me tomorrow, it could be your child. But the same, extending the same call to West Africa in particular. What these Fulanis, what these terrorists are trying to do, Nigeria is strategic for them. If they can get hold of Nigeria, if they can capture Nigeria, which they have said their eyes on for many, many years ago, and they said it when they were coming, they will use it to launch attack to every other country in West Africa, especially the nearby ones. So what am I saying? They should rise up and make sure that these people are checkmated from every angle and blow them into oblivion. Mazi, I'm going to segue for now as we continue. Thank you very much.
I think, this terrorist threats is a script they are playing against the so-called presidents. They want to find a way in order to discard the impostor. Maybe tomorrow, they will have a so-called cinema as a exchange of gunfire. Oh, Nigerian president has been kidnapped. Oh, he has been killed. That is, they are looking for a way in order to move out, in order to move out of the quagmire. Yes, to move out of the quagmire they are in. Because that thing that is there, they are calling Buhari, everybody know. Everybody knows. So they want to find a way in order to discard him. You know he's expendable. We must continue. I will start by reiterating, please stop calling these people the House of Fulani. There is nothing like House of Fulani as a people. It is dawning on everybody that the Hausas are rising up. It doesn't matter the pace, but they are rising up. We'll go and watch the BBC documentary where they specifically said it, that this is first in history, in the history of that zoo, that Hausas and Fulani, that we are one. Now they you know, are against each other. Stop calling them House of Fulani. There is nothing like House of Fulani as a people. You know this issue of even House of program and House of Fulani. Every time we cry, oh, they are dividing us. They are dividing us. Oh, they have Bendelibo. They have. We are lamenting. And after I say, but why can't we pay them back with their own coins? Instead of defending, we attack. We isolate them. We isolate the Fulani as the bad people. And that is what is happening today. That is the strategy, and it is what's working. So we must continue in what we are doing, because it is working. Today, the Hausa, they are rising up. Do not forget that there are people that are in the midst of the Fulani and Hausa. Like there are people that have both parents, mixed parents. You understand? The same way we have in our land. So it is not going to be easy, but it is not impossible. In our land, we have mixed multitude, and that's why one of the reasons we are suffering from sabotage also. You understand? Because we have mixed multitude. You understand me? So it is not going to be easy, but don't say that it is impossible. Oh, instead of let us continue classifying them together. No, that is a very wrong notion. Stop calling them the House of Fulani. We must continue. As I said, today the topic of our submission, our religious discussion, because we are going to continue this through the foreseeable future, please. It doesn't matter who is provoked. We want to stimulate your brains into making researches, into finding out, because when you go into history, sometimes you start being afraid of that we have been fooled right from time. Now, first religious conversions is the topic of our discussions today, being 30th day of July 2022. Let's go. Religious conversion is the rejection of one's beliefs identified with one particular religion and affiliating with another. That is religious conversion. Simple. First religious conversion could be by coercion, undue influence, or inducement. Marital conversions, that is conversions due to marriage, all are first religious conversions. It is first, whether it is by bribing or by promoting, as they are doing in the zoo. They promote Igbo businessmen, in order to the people that convert into Islam or profess Islam. Now they give them advantages. They can lend them money without interest. They can supply them or give them contracts in order to promote them. All these are means of forceful religious conversions, or forced religious conversions. Do you understand? The main reason for conversion from one religion to another is the perceived inferiority or backwardness of the former religion. I don't know whether you understand what I mean. The main reason for conversion from one religion to another is a perceived inferiority or backwardness of the former religion. But the reality is that religious conversion is viewed by anthropologists as purely political. It is purely political. It is not what you think. They want to lead you to heaven. No. Religion is a political tool. Just as politics, religion uses different tools, including coercion and emotion, to motivate behavior. That is the reality. So, stop thinking that, oh, they brought you foreign religion in order for they love you so much for you to go to heaven, to put you into heaven. We will go into details. You will be surprised. You will be shocked what you are defending. We'll go into some details. Historically, first religious conversions are mostly carried out by Christianity and Islam. Historically, the first religious conversions are mostly carried out by Christianity and Islam. Why? What is the reason? Due to colonization, for colonization, dominance, and easy political manipulation. That is the truth. Let us go into a bit more, just little bit more, in order to buttress what I am saying. I want to go into a little bit more. Okay. We are talking about first religious conversions. Now I'm reading from just first conversion. It is the same thing, religious conversion. Listen. In the case of Christianity, was listen, we are going on history, historical facts. Christianity was a minority religion during much of the Middle Roman classical period, and the early Christians were persecuted during that time. Now, when Constantine I converted to Christianity, it had already grown to be the dominant religion of the Roman Empire. Already under the reign of Constantine I, Christian heretics were being persecuted beginning in the late 14th century. Do you understand? When you talk about Christian heretics, you know, those heresies, any belief or theory that is strongly at variance with established belief or customs. Do you understand? Established by human being. Listen, you will hear. Christian heretics were being persecuted beginning in the 4th century. The ancient pagan religion were also actively suppressed. In the view of many historians, the Constantinian shift turned Christianity from a persecuted religion into a religion which was capable of persecuting and sometimes eager to persecute. Now, on 27th February 380 AD, together with Gratian and Valentine II, Theodosius I issued a decree, the so-called Edict of Thessalonica, recorded in the Codex Thessalonicensis. This declared Trinitarian Nicene Christianity. It described it here, Trinitarian, that is Father the Son, God the Holy Ghost, God the Father. These are human concepts. I'm coming, please. It's what human beings think. Oh, this is how it should be. Now, when they concluded, they smartly put it in the Bible you are carrying today. This declared the Trinitarian Nicene Christianity, which means there were other types of Christianity, but this one overruled them to be the only legitimate imperial religion, and the only one entitled to call itself Catholic. Other Christians he described as foolish madness. He also ended official state support for the traditional polytheist religions and customs. Okay. I'm coming, oh, please. Now, let me continue. During the Saxon Wars, the campaigns of insurrections of 33 years from 772 AD, that is Saxon Wars. Do you understand? Now, all those tribal wars in Europe during the time of antiquity, one king they call Charles the Great, Charlemagne, king of the Franks, forcibly converted the Saxons. Remember, I'm talking about forced religious conversions. Listen, this king forcibly converted the Saxons from their native Germanic paganism. They call it paganism, their tribal religion, by way of warfare. I'm talking about the Christianity we all know, which is now a peaceful religion. By way of warfare and law upon conquest. Examples are the massacre of Verdun in 782 AD, when Charlemagne, that is King Charles, reportedly had 4,500 captive Saxons massacred for rebelling against Christianity. If you understand, he had them massacred. A law imposed on conquered Saxons in 785 after another rebellion and destruction of churches and killing of missionary priests and monks that prescribed death to those who refused to convert to Christianity. That is forceful conversion. This one was happening in Europe. For you to, what I'm telling you is how Europe today, as you see, is a Christian country, how it all started. It is not an easy job. The same thing the Fulani is trying to do in our land. When the thing was happening, it is not easy. They conquer you by sword. They convert you by sword. People will be shouting. But after years coming, when everybody is conquered, flowing through one direction religiously, now that generation will not understand. They will fail to understand how their ancestors were put into that religion in the first place. That is what is happening in our land. Today, our people defend this religion, this Christianity, with every alacrity. They didn't know that what is happening now, Fulanization through Islamization, was a child's play to what the Europeans did in our land in the name of conversion to Christianity. And our ancestors were fighting it. We are being slaughtered at that time. And today, because of the time has gone, centuries passed, and this generation, we could not understand how this Bible you are carrying come into your hand. That is how European religion was, smoothly unified through conquest. I will come, I'm talking on a European basis. I will come to Africa, please. Listen. First conversion that occurred after the 7th century generally took place during riots and massacres carried out by mobs and clergy without support of the rulers. In contrast, royal persecutions of Jews from the late 11th century onward generally took the form of expulsions, with other exceptions such as conversions of Jews in southern Italy of the 13th century, which were carried out by Dominican inquisitors instigated by King Charles II of Naples. Jewish were forced to convert to Christianity by the Crusaders of Lorraine on the Lower Rhine, in Bavaria and Bohemia, in Mainz and in Worms. Do you understand? Pope Innocent III pronounced in 1201 that if one agreed to be baptized to avoid torture and intimidation, one nevertheless could be compelled to outwardly observe Christianity. I'm telling you some of the heinous crimes and atrocities committed by Christianity. What you are seeing today in our land is a child's play. Do you understand? All this they did in Europe, in tribal Europe. Then talk less of what happened where they have the same color. Talk less of what happened in Africa. You will see it. And Pope Innocent III, in 1201, he said, those who are immersed, even though reluctant, do belong to ecclesiastical jurisdiction, at least by reason of the sacrament, and might therefore be reasonably compelled to observe the rules of the Christian faith. It is, to be sure, contrary to the Christian faith that anyone who is unwilling and wholly opposed to it should be compelled to adopt and observe Christianity. For this reason, a valid distinction is made by some between kinds of unwilling ones and kinds of compelled ones. Thus, one who is drawn to Christianity by violence, through fear and through torture, and receive the sacrament of baptism in order to avoid loss, he, like one who comes to baptism in dissimulation, does receive the impress of Christianity, and may be forced to observe the Christian faith, as one who expressed a conditional willingness, though absolutely speaking he was unwilling. This Pope was explaining the details, justifying the massacre, the forceful conversion of people into Christianity. If you don't believe, they will kill you. that is a history. It's a historical. These are historical facts. We are not making them out or making them up. Do you understand? Now, we also know that the earliest followers of Jesus, as you call him, Christ, we are apocalyptic Jewish Christians. Do you know what is apocalypticism? Apocalypticism. Make I know apocalypse. From there you put ism. This is just English language or language. We bring it down so that you understand it. It is the religious belief that the end of the world is imminent, even within one's own lifetime. You know, even according to the writings of the Bible, the early Christians, the apostles, the disciples, they were inside the house always breaking bread. They were selling their things, thinking that the world will come to an end. That is apocalyptic Christians. That is how they believe that this world will come to an end. That is why, even when you read the book of Acts, I think chapter 8, or if I'm not mistaken, about Ananias and Sapphira, have you forgotten? Others were selling their own things. Nobody compelled them, and they sell their land. Why are people selling their things? Coming to the church, to the gathering, in order to, because they believe that no need of having all these things, because the world is coming to an end. As of that time, more than 2,000 years today. Do you understand? Do you see how things are? Till today, the world is still existing. When Ananias and Sapphira came, they were, according to the record, according to the story, they sold their thing and brought and hid some part of the money. And you know what happened according to the story. So this shows that these people were apocalyptic Christians at the early time, that this world within small time will end, or in their lifetime. They never even believe that the world will reach now. Now, the inclusion of Gentiles, that is non-Jews, in the developing early Christian church caused the separation of early Christianity from Judaism during the first 2 centuries of the Christian era. Do you understand what? As we used to say, which is a fact, Christianity is supposed not to be a different religion. Do you understand? Christianity is not so. It's a Jewish religion normally, because Christ is a Jew. He's a Jewish man that he practiced Jewish customs and prayers and everything. But after his departure, The way one usurper called Paul just came into being and start saying that no, you have to give a gap, a come for Gentile. That is non-Jews. Gentiles are simply non-Jews. They are Gentiles. They are known as Gentiles. Now, when these people, of which even historically Peter was against it, he said, no, this is our religion. Why should you open it to every other people? It's our way of life. Paul said, no, I saw a vision and this person God come from heaven and touch me. This and that. Who saw it? Peter said, you. I was with this person you say you saw in dream. I was with him physically. I drank with him. I ate with him. I did everything with him. He never told us to carry this in that we should, this thing extended to the Gentiles. He said he come for the Jews. Now you are bringing your own thing. That is where they separated. Peter went his way. And that is why, the Council of Nicaea saw Peter's teachings as highly against the tenets of the Roman ruling class. It's highly radical. So in the Bible they removed all Peter's texts. Only one, 1 Peter and 2 Peter. Only. All others are the teachings of Paul. When somebody, I was in the dream and this and that happened, and now everything was focused on Paul because he was teaching something that is good for the Roman Empire, for them to be able to manage people. Do you understand? That is how it is. So, the inclusion of non-Jews in the development of developing early Christian church caused the separation of early Christianity from Judaism during the first 2 centuries of the Christian era. In 313 AD, the Roman Emperor Constantine I issued the Edict of Milan legalizing Christian worship. I think I've said it. Do you understand? Now, what I'm coming, listen to me. Here we come from up or down to up for you to understand, or from up to down, depending on how you see it. Okay. Various Christological debates about the human and divine nature of Jesus consumed the Christian church for 3 centuries. And 7 ecumenical councils were called to resolve these debates. Note, it is humans that resolve these Christological debates and not spirits, as you sometimes are made to believe. They resolved it and smartly and subtly added their resolutions in the Christian Bible, which you quote and defend with alacrity. Now there was another group of Christianity or Christians that did not agree with this ecumenical council. They are called the Arianism, the Arians. They follow the teachings of Arianism. Arianism was condemned at the first council of Nicaea in 325 AD, which supported the Trinitarian doctrine as expounded in the Nicene Creed. So, the way they put you into this religion, it is a decision of man. Brain which God gave to people is what they use in order to analyze and now come to conclusion and say, no, this is how it is. This one will bring his suggestion, this one will bring his suggestion, and the rule, majority carries the vote. They say, okay, now smartly they remove every other creed. They call it heresy. It is still human being that decided and called it heresy, that their teachings are not true. So all those ones that you see them smartly inserting it in the Bible, because the Bible, it comes from that time. Do you understand? So, but this man Arian, he disagreed, but they pushed him aside and ordered politicians, the rulers that time, they ordered that this is what we have decided and cure ED. No person should, that God is three people, three beings. God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Ghost. Put it in Christian creed. You are praying, it is like that. The quotations you are putting, it is them that smartly put it. It is what I'm telling you, it is human beings that formulated all this. It is not the spirit, one big spirit from heaven or from anywhere, outer space. No. To buttress the idea that religion is the creation of man. Christianity is or was part of Judaism, but the Jews now removed themselves when they found out that, look, non-Jews are included in this, which is against their system, because it is their way of life. Do you understand? Now, what am I trying to say? You see that forceful religion, forceful conversions is done even in this Christianity we are talking about. All these historical facts indicate that the imposed Christian religion underwent several human ideological reformations. Human ideological reformations. In order for the religion to continue, not to be stagnant. From time to time it become reformed. This time around they are trying to indulge lesbianism into Christianity. That is
homosexuality. That will cover all of them.
Exactly. Homosexuality.
Lesbianism is just for the women. Homosexuality.
Yes, homosexualism generally. The whole genders. Now they are trying to imbibe it little by little into Christianity, because for them time have changed, so they change with time in order not to stagnate. Do you see how things are being done? Okay, but you yourself, you'll be
it's not disrupting. Honestly, the truth is that because of economic reasons, because most of the key where that idea in America is obvious. Most people that are holding key positions, whether in politics or economic setting, most of them are confessing homosexual in practice. So it's for economic reason. Yes, go ahead, Naz.
Of course, because they are promoting it.
So they want to include them.
Yes. Yeah. So that is, I'm giving an example of how this is. Look, if care is not taken, look, once they perfect their idea of putting it, they will find a space in the new Bible. They will be putting some words and retrieving the old Bibles. Listen, so that in the next 200 years it will no more be a new thing. That time there will be people that time will be quoting where Bible allows homosexuality. That is the fact. The same way you are quoting many things you don't know when it was fixed in the Bible as time goes on. Do you understand? We must continue. Now, as I said, the same thing happened to Islam, and that is why that is human ideological reformations, not a spiritual reformation. Human beings that are controlling the religion, they will from time to time meet and say, oh boy, we are going out of date, so let us update. The same way you update your system, your laptop. Sometimes they'll bring new features, new programs that they'll tell you update your computer. If you don't update it, it will not work with certain issues. Your computer will die a natural death gradually. You will not be getting many apps. Do you see it? Just like your mobile phone. That is the reality. So all these things are updated by human beings. The same thing happens to Islam, and that is why there are several denominations in Islam also, which includes the Shia, Ibadi, Ahmadiyya, Sufism, etc. Therefore, the same human reformation should be happening to our indigenous religions in order to keep it alive and to meet up with the present time. Do you understand? As I used to say, the problem with our indigenous religion that it was not updated. So it stagnated and started smelling. That is why when you talk about today, when you talk about our indigenous religion, Omenalai, immediately people will go back, their mind will go immediately to, killing cows and goats or killing a bullet, doing bad things, because it was not updated. It was stagnant where it was being left since the conquest of Christianity in our land. Do you understand? This happened also in Islam. This is why we should stop regarding our indigenous religions with the same old practices of antiquity. Rather, we should endeavor to modify and modernize it so that the present day imposed religion will not have any need to look down or demonize our indigenous religions. Do you understand? Now, I have talked about a bit about the forceful conversions in Europe by Christianity, because it was through the sword. Forget about today, because today human beings have been enlightened more. It is no more than before. Now you can force conversions through inducement. The same way elections are rigged in Nigeria through buying PVC. It is no more, as time goes, you see different ways emerge of doing things, which is also amounts to the same thing. All is fraud, rigging. Now they will buy and give you 500 naira. I saw in the internet, on social media, in the north, you are 500, you are PVC, and you take 500 naira, and people are collecting 500 naira. That is how it is. You understand? Today is no more putting people under guns and bullets or killing people in order to convert them. There are many ways. Promoting, as I said, promoting people that converted into giving them more expositions or more options of making money, giving them more money. Do you understand? So that they will become attractive. Others will come and say, "Oh bro, how do you make it?" Say, "Oh boy, nah, Islam now give me." Now because I changed to Islam, it will attract others. Before it was not like this. People were slaughtered. Although this is also another means of forceful conversion. Before Christianity murdered. Now, basically, let us, as I say, let us talk about the forceful religious conversion of Africa. Now, I will go to read a letter from King Leopold II of Belgium to colonial missionaries in 1883. What we are telling you is historical facts. It is not something we make up here on Radio Biafra London. How this letter, secret letter, was seen, listen, is this. Somebody, one African Congolese, was offered a Bible by one of these missionaries. At that time, 19th century, 18 something. He forgot that one of the copies of this letter was inside the Bible. Close the Bible. And the man took it, very wise, as the man is, or as the man was, because it was during the old time, 18 something, the Christianization of Congo, of Africa. When the man he took the Bible from the white missionary, and after he opened to read, he saw these pieces of paper inside the Bible, and he was shocked. What I'm going to read for you. He was shocked. He started reading it. He was shocked. Now, this is a letter from King Leopold II of Belgium to colonial missionaries in 1883. The letter says, "Reverends, fathers and their compatriots, the task that is given to fulfill is very delicate and requires much tact. You will go certainly to evangelize, but your evangelism must inspire above all Belgium interests. Your principal objective in our mission in the Congo is never to teach the niggers to know God. Listen. Are you listening? He says, let me reiterate. You will go certainly to evangelize, but your evangelization must inspire above all Belgium interest, which is not sending you, their interest is not sending you to heaven as you think. It is their interest, number one. Your principal objective in our mission in the Congo is never to teach the niggers to know God. This they know already. They speak and submit to a Mungu, one Nzambi, one Nzakumba, and what else I don't know. That is the names of their deities. This man, the king of Congo, is telling the missionaries, the Christian missionaries, that you don't need to, your mission is not to teach these niggers God. They know God already, even past you. Now, your mission is to insert our interest, put Belgium interest first. Okay. They know that to kill, to sleep with someone else's wife, to lie and to insult is bad. So it is not Europeans that told us that, as they used to falsely say, that they brought a consciousness, human civilization and consciousness to Africa. It is lie from the pit of hell. As some ignoramus will be, they will be arguing that Christianity brought this in Africa. That is a lie from the pit of hell. Now he told them, they know that to kill, to sleep with someone else's wife, to lie and to insult is bad. Have courage to admit it. That what they are professing outside, that we are going to convert these niggers, they are savages. They know it's lie. You understand? Because they know the law of God. They know the law of nature. To sleep, to lie, all this, they know it's bad. They don't do it. Your essential role is to facilitate the task of administrators and industrialists, which means you will go to interpret the gospel in the way it will be to the best, to be the best to protect your interests in that part of the world. This is commissioning the missionaries you admire, old missionaries, by the king of Belgium that time. Are you hearing? Your essential role is to facilitate the task of administrators and industries, which means you will go to interpret the gospel in the way it will be the best to protect your interests in that part of the world. For these things, you have to keep watch on disinteresting our savages from the richness that is plenty in their underground. Are you hearing? To avoid that they get interested in it and to make you murderous, that is to kill you. Competition and dream one day to overthrow you. You understand? Which means they tell you, no, don't think about this world. That this world richness is in vain, is vanity upon vanity, all is vanity. Now think of a heaven where you are going. As you are thinking of a heaven, they are stealing of the fake heaven. They are stealing everything you got. It is a ploy, it is a task, direct task by the kings of Europe to give you what you are doing today, what you are carrying and defending. That is the reason why, to break your backbone, that you cannot come to protest against bad governance. Because for you, prayer is the key. God will do everything. But what is the need? You are not supposed to be in politics anyway, so you are praying. God will solve your problem. It's an agenda that was instituted by the purveyors, the originators of this Christian religion that you are defending. Do you understand? It is an agenda. The same way the caliphate wants to colonize everybody, colonize Biafrans using Islam or Islamization. Today they have transformed or translated Quran into Igbo language. Okay, they love you, right? and they are killing you. But the only thing they do is to translate Quran, to sponsor some useless Igbos to translating Quran into Igbo language, so that to dominate you mentally. When you read, you start seeing God in their own way, through their own vision, so that they will be able to be controlling you. Nothing more, nothing less. Not that they want you to go to heaven. Do they know heaven? Who knows where heaven is? Somebody says, if you think that you die and go to heaven, why not die now and run to heaven? What is preventing you from dying and going to heaven? For you to know that they put you in a rat race to continue pursuing shadow, whereas they are stealing everything in your land. That is why they bring you, they force you into this religion that you are defending today. That is the reality. To make you not interested in the riches in your land, as we are doing today. And you continue, you are suffering and smiling. You are in Potopoto in Ariari, in Onisha, and you are happy. What makes you happy? Oh boy, I know who I believe in. That my wealth is not in this world, and tomorrow if I die I'll go to heaven. That is why my happiness. And you don't want to get involved in order to change the physical status quo. Do you understand? But you want to travel to Spain. You want to travel to Go on.
Do they really want to die? The question, do they really want to die? Because this individual that is telling you my reward is in heaven, acting like they can't wait to die, when they get sick, they go to hospital to get well. I've always argued, if you truly believe in what you're confessing, when you're sick, you should not make any effort to get well. You should allow yourself to die so that you can quickly go to heaven. The same individual that are saying that when they lose loved ones, they are crying and asking God why. Shouldn't they be happy if they so believe in that?
Wow, is it not the prelate, the bishop that was kidnapped and normally quickly sent to heaven? He refused. Go on.
He was very close to the gate of heaven according to what he believed in. And he made a U-turn by paying extorting money, because that's what he really did. Extorting money from the less privileged to get himself out from the gate of heaven. People should see it from that perspective. You know? So, what them tells you that what they're even preaching to you, they don't believe in it. They don't. Because if they believe in it, there's no way, if they establish, there is no flesh and blood that can enter the kingdom of God according to their perspective, from their philosophy. Go to book of Corinthians, you will see it there, chapter 15, you go there, you see it, and some other places in the Bible. It says no flesh can inherit the kingdom. So the only way you can inherit the kingdom is by physically dying, so that the soul can make it to heaven. Even the book of Corinthians said that even those who are alive, their flesh will be transformed. So this guy got so close to the gate of heaven, you think that he would joyfully have crossed over. No, he made every effort to come back to this place that is called hell, to continue to eat and then just eat and do. That's all. Is that better than going to heaven? So Mazi, I just want to interject. I don't know whether you are finished before I start coming into some of the things, because you're bringing a lot of things. All I have to do is to come in and elaborate 1 or 2 points.
Of course. I'll bring you in. Let me just continue. You know, this letter, I want to continue reading the letter. It is a historical fact to IPOB, Radio Biafra, Mazi Jonathan, or neither Mazi Jonathan nor Marien made it up. No, it is a historical fact. You can see it. Google it, you can see it. Letter of King Leopold II to the missionaries, 1803. You see it. You understand? He said, your knowledge of the gospel will allow you to find the texts ordering and encouraging your followers to love poverty. Like happier are the poor because they will inherit the heaven. And it is very difficult for the rich to enter the kingdom of God. Do you see? so that you love poverty. Is it not what is happening in our land today? They have destroyed our mindset with this false religion. I'm telling you. They converted everybody, converted our ancestors by force. And because the time they have died, all of them that are converted, they have died. Because they cannot, none of them is living to tell the story of what happened. They bear children and their children bear children, and where we are today, we forgot. Because of lack of knowledge of history, we forgot how the religion came into us, and we are defending the same religion that is used in order to enslave us. That is the sin, the crime we are committing against ourselves.
Yes, Mazi, I feel your anger. And the same people that are telling you don't invest on earth will take your resources and be building mansions and renting them to you. Will take your resources, develop their own place, and calling you underdeveloped. Meanwhile, they're telling you, do not develop your area. Heaven is where you're going. That's it, right on.
Of course. We must continue. Here we expose that thing you think that no person can say it. Where didn't our leader touch? Where didn't our leader touch, please? Is there anywhere that is banned? No, here on Radio Biafra, we expose the truth. It doesn't matter who is annoyed. That is not my problem at all. We must expose the truth, the reality, so that the truth will set you free. Once you make the right decision, now you become free mentally, because what we are doing here is, first of all, mental freedom. Once you are mentally free, that is a prerequisite to physical freedom. If you don't know, let me continue reading. King Leopold, he ordered his missionaries, Christian missionaries. He told them, your knowledge of the gospel will allow you to find text in the Bible, ordering and encouraging for your followers to love poverty. Like, happier are the poor because they will inherit the heaven. And it is very difficult for the rich to enter into the kingdom of God. You have to detach them, or you have to detach from them and make them disrespect everything which gives courage to affront us. That is why they made us start demonizing our culture, our traditional religions, calling it all is devil. It is absurd. Today you are hearing it direct. It's a historical fact. Because they know that once we go back to our traditional way of life, that we confront them. And they know that we pursue them. So they have to break our backbone. They force us into the fake concepts that they call their religion in order for us to forget who we are. And today, are you not seeing it? Are you not seeing it? Now the same Christianity makes everybody go and look for money. That is why you have that the Jews making money. Have you seen politicians against them? Because they tell them, do your business, I beg. Do your business as long as you are not opening the people's eye. How many times in Nigeria have you been hearing, oh, let's pray for Nigeria. Let's pray for Nigeria. Instead of let's protest, let's go out and do something against what is happening in Nigeria. Because it is our duty. Can your religious leaders tell you something like that? That is why everybody is zombie in Nigeria, both Islam and Christianity. I'm telling it unequivocally. I don't have to be apologetic to you. I don't have to be apologetic, because when they were forcing us into this rubbish they bring as a religion in order to conquer us, to put us in the mess we are today, they didn't come with apology. Look at what the king was telling them, the missionaries. You revere. Who did they say that stopped killing of twins in Marien? It's in history. That is what rubbish you studied. You don't know what happened. You don't know what happened, because that is what they program you to be in this time. Here on Radio Biafra, we are giving you bitter pills. It is bitter, but it heals. Wanda, before I continue, because I will read this letter in 3 pages. Wanda, please come in, if you may. Come in before I continue, please.
Let me come in, Mazi, and expand. What I'm just going to do, expand on the bring more clarity to the things you have said. Mazi, rightfully, you touched on key points. One, Because when you send this topic that we're going to do it, I went and did a little bit of research. I won't call it in depth. One of the things you have, showcased us here are these. One, Africa, the whole world, every community has their own indigenous religion. Because if we can think back, or rightfully, there are only two so-called religions that are creating commotion, mayhem, that have been designed to gain power and control people. The two major ones are what? Muslim and Christianity. These are organized religion. When you take the two away, every society before the organization of this particular two religions had their own religion on the ground. That's what that man that was mentioned, that king mentioned there. They already knew God. They were having relationship with God. They were worshiping God, including our people. They knew, because I tried to find out what was it that made this our people. How were they able to penetrate and get this Christianity gain momentum in our place? They didn't come by force in the first place. They came with coercion. What you're reading now. Go there and deceive them. Deception. That's what really he was saying there. Find scriptures in the Bible you can use to convince them. The argument becomes, why did they believe it? Because even the Judaism you reverend, in those days, people were not loading their religion onto anybody. People had their own religion because it was their way of life.
Please, before you continue, also touch this. Because when you talk about Judaism, it becomes very far. Some people will see it very far. In Africa, before the advent of white people, Europeans, no African tribe, no African nation has ever tried to lord or put their religion, impose it on, force it on others. It is not our way. Every tribe has their way of communicating with their spirit.
It wasn't just Africa, the whole world. I'm telling you, that was what I found out. It wasn't just Africa. People were not, that was why even what you reverence, Judaism did not force their religion onto anybody. That was why when Yeshua,
they were even hiding it. They don't want people to even enter into it.
No, because it was their way of life. They respected other people's way of life and they respected their own. It was for them. That was why even when Yeshua was on the ground, when he was alive, he said, I did not come for the Gentiles, I came for the Jews. Because he understood that he came for this particular people, whatever mission that was, just like we have on Hamadike today. He came for the Biafrans. Even though his ministration, when you look at it, he's speaking in general about the general humanity of mankind. Because if you are into the spiritual realm or control, or you have what I call altruistic behavior, you can check it out in the dictionary. This will have a lot of empathy. When you are possessed, when you are being propelled, that energy, it's not just about you. You care about humanity in general. But Mazi will still tell you, my mission is for Biafrans, but for the whole world at large. That was how Yeshua operated. He came for the Jews. Whatever mission that was sent to him, if you believe in spiritualism, he came. It wasn't for the whole world. That's why he never asked anybody to start any other religion. That was when he was there. That was why he never asked anybody to bring, go outside after his death and start another religion. That was the concept. Now, one thing I found so unique about Africa, when I did a little bit of reading I did, do you know, Africans were traveling way ahead before the Europeans met them. They did not first encounter the Africans in the African continent. No, Africans were engaged in trading. Even before there's a script I read, an article I read, that's the right word, that even, do you know, there's an argument trying to figure out the American Indians and the Africans who were here first, because there's an edifice, human edifice they found, that you can see that mold. It's an African person they have just uncovered, archaeologists have uncovered, have been here for thousands, if not millions of years. So how did this African get there? They were traveling. They were the very first people. When you talk about civilization, you talk about human beings, it started from Africa. Okay? So they were moving along. They were doing their trading. In those days, people were not about religion the way they were worshiping God. It was culturally controlled, culturally engineered, culturally instituted. People were more organized through, you know, like if I'm doing the same trade with, I will have the same belief with, you know what I mean, that we have things in common. That was what was uniting people. It was not people's religion. People respected their religion. I'm going to give one example. Like in my place, I've always said where I'm from. No, my masquerade, my people, when I was growing up, you know, even now, they'll be calling the Mawanyo. I asked a question, Mawa Kija. We went there, that was how we got our Mawa. What does it mean? In those days, people were connected more to culture, you know, like things they do in common, society or age group or things. You identify more to it, no religion. The traditional religion that was on the ground, people respected each other. So now, these are one of the things that made it easy. But when these people came, they used coerce, what this man was telling, to get some of them before they began to use force. When they came in, when they found out, when they this religion, somebody like Paul came in, he organized it, or maybe he was smart enough, I don't know, to was able to organize it. And then the Romans, remember they were the ones in charge then. After a while, after they persecuted them, they realized that the way this particular religion is set up, or the way they have transformed it, is no more Judaism. The way they have removed it from Judaism, that is the false version, is a very good tool to control and to colonize people. These two religions, that was why the Romans changed their mind on Constantinople and then decided to reorganize it and began to have all this Nicaea, blah blah blah. Mazi, what am I saying? Because as you mentioned again, those books they removed, Epistle of Paul, Epistle of Thomas, all the Epistle of Mary Magdalene and all that, I have them here, they call them the Apocrypha. When you read them, it will give you an in-depth of what Judaism was before the Christians came and separated themselves. Now, the white man saw this, or the colonial saw this, that this is a perfect tool to go and do their mission. Because at the time they started coming to Africa, they already had in contact with African traders. Mariners, they had contact with them. Meanwhile, Europe, we are having economical meltdown. So because of that contact, they were following them to come and buy certain things. They figured that these people have natural resources. Mazi, Africans knew they had natural resources. They knew. But they were judicially, using them in a positive way. Respecting nature. Respecting these natural resources. Not abusing them. Because they were cognizant of nature. They were in tune with nature. They were in relationship with nature. It's a huge argument, but I'm not going to go in there. So now, when they came in, they saw, let me talk about us. They saw in a place like our place, like Ipob or Biafra, we already have a religion on the ground. And there were some similar things that they could relate. That was why that man was telling them, they already knew these things. Don't go there to preach to them about these issues because they already knew. They were practicing it, and they were really practicing it in truth and in spirit. That is why they, as Christians, they can never do away, or they refuse to do away with the Old Testament, because if they have removed the Old Testament, a place like, especially Igbo land, would have been difficult for them to convert them. Because that's why you see our people referencing, oh, what is in the Old Testament is in the New Testament, it's almost our culture. The argument somebody like me makes is, these two things, the chicken and the egg, which one came first? Our people already knew these cultures. We are practicing it. We are doing circumcision. We know how to respect Anna. We know how not to sleep with your brother's wife. We know how to keep celibacy. Before you get married, you have to be, as a woman, you have to be a virgin. In fact, if you go back to our tradition, when a young man is being married, there has to be this thing you see, they call wedding dress. How did it come about in the church? Because you never see a white wedding in the church. It's a traditional concept they brought into the church. In the olden days, according to our tradition, when a young woman, the first time she's going to sleep with her husband, a white sheet will be spread on their bed. Why? In the morning, because that's where she's going to lose her virginity to her husband. The husband, the mother-in-law truly, will probably bring out that sheet with stained blood, and the whole society will start jubilating to confirm that she was a virgin. You will hear about virginity in the Orthodox, about Buddhism. So, what I'm trying to say, so these things, so when they came in, they began to let them know, don't worry, what you're practicing is almost what we are saying here. It's only that our own is a little bit organized. Our people knew how to respect Annie. The one or two differences that was different. That's why Mary, they call Mary the mother earth. Our people already knew about Mother Earth. They worshipped the Mother Earth. They respected the Mother Earth. They knew that everything they ate, everything that sustained their life, came from the land. That's why they call the Mother Earth. That's why they are reverent. And they were always marching, putting their feet on the ground. So they had enormous respect for nature because they didn't want to disrupt nature. I'm going to go there, but let me continue. So when they came in, they used things like that. Our own is more organized, purer, cleaner than yours. That was the coercion. Oh, don't worry, it's almost the same thing. Oh, you have Mother Earth. Oh, we will have Mother Mary, the mother of Jesus Christ. Is our mother, is the Mother Earth. They brought issues like that. So some of our people began to have double mind. Maybe they're saying the same thing. But again, they came with deception. That was why they came in, to begin to penetrate. The only difference was our own people believed in going to one deity, Almighty Chukwokike. There was no you see these three deities in one. It was a later thing. That is why you cannot see it in Judaism. You cannot see it except when you go to European ancient religions. You can see where you have the mother and son deity. But in our own African culture, we were going directly to God, respecting nature. But Mazi, not taking too much time because I continue to bring in my point. Do you see that our people knew how much natural resources we had, or we have always had? It wasn't a new thing to them. These people found out because when you talk about, one of the greatest king had lived and everything, I think Samusa or whatever, he had a lot of gold. They knew they had all these abundances. But they were judicious in the way they were dispensing them because they had respect for nature. Now think about this. They came in, brought this religion, used it to mentally, first of all, when they came in, they coerced our people, use religion to deceive them, letting them believe that what they had, what was breaking it was cleaner or better, their own was nothing. When some of our people start buying into it, which were mostly slaves, or not slaves, outlaws, those who were outlaws, those who were constituting nuisance and going against the laws of the land and once they were ostracized, these missionaries were taking them, they would take them and begin to let them know that all they have to do is to ask for forgiveness and God will forgive them. And then, these people now, instead of going to jail, so don't trust what is happening with this Boko Haram. Instead of now sending them to jail, you're telling them they have repented Boko Haram, you put them in the midst. Now they begin to turn against the society. That is how they all started. These our own people began to turn against our own people who were still indigenous to the religion that they were of life. Over time, the whole thing began to cave in. Now, this is when they begin to, now as our people continue to resist, those who are resisting, that's when they came into forcing them through slavery. Began to encourage those people that have gotten to go and be creating wars. Some of them were installed as chiefs, all these warrant chiefs, made them warrant chiefs, just like what they did with those of them. But what I'm trying to bring out now is that history is trying to repeat itself, but people should be wide open. That this is how these things start. At the moment he came, he didn't come peacefully. He came with deception, through deception, he came through by force, he came through by, finally, the slavery of the mind, which is what we are trying to disentangle from our people now, disengage from our people, which is through psychology. Now our people are the ones defending it. The deity of Christ and Mother Mary and and God the Father was a recent thing. Even the older Christians were not in this thing. They never believed in these three deities. It was later on, just to make the story, package it well, to look well, for them to use it to continue to subjugate the people. That is how they came about this, the history. People should go and Google this, go and read it. I didn't write it, you didn't write it. These are history, archaeology showing it. So, but when I hear my people, some people want to defend the deity of Christ, telling you, even sometimes you talk to them, they say, oh, please, please, please. That is not true. It's a concept instituted by man. It has nothing to do with spiritualism. You will never find it in the Old Testament that is supposed to be your base. You will never find it in the ancient religion. It's a new thing because they package this religion to continue to subjugate, to continue to intimidate, to continue to dominate people. So people must rise up and understand that we have been mentally caged. That's what we're trying to unclog. And now you have the new one that bringing in Muslim in our land. That is really where my head is. Because this is how it started. If you look at the whole element, it's playing out again. If we are not careful in the next 100 to 200 years, our children will be defending Muslims. Look at the amount of people being slaughtered every day. They of the Fulani is trying to, bring in Fulanize everybody. People that look at our elders, keeping quiet because they have been compromised. Exactly, if you pay attention, what happened when they brought Christianity? The variables might sound a little bit different, but it's the same thing. Translation of the Bible into dialect English, teaching our people English so that we can buy it hook, line, and sinker. That's what they're doing with this Muslim thing now. I'm going to pause here as we continue to explain this. But this topic, I don't think we can do it in one segment.
Of course. Honestly speaking, because there are many things in it. Remember that we are talking. The topic of our submission today is about forced religious conversions. Now, let me continue reading the letter, the order of letter from King Leopold II of Belgium to colonial missionaries in 1883. If you understand, let me continue. He is ordering the missionaries, Christian missionaries. Before I do that, there is something I remember. I say, look, even in the Bible you are reading, in the Old Testament, the stories you are hearing, have you ever read where God ordered through the prophets, as the records say, ordered the Israelites? They say, oh yeah, go when you conquer, for example, Assyria, make sure in order to impose Judaism, your religion on them, make sure to keep. No, never is never. Because it is their way of life. Their way of life must be there. Anytime, I'm going to this Bible story now. He will say, God said, their sins have reached me. Therefore, he will send the Jewish, the Israelites, to go and conquer them because of their sins and punish them. He never. Why is it their sins? Because in their own personal way of life, their religion, which is not Judaism, I mean in the other people, they have the right, they can still be righteous. Do you understand? I don't know whether I don't know whether you understand what I mean. Because it is not always that they say their sins they committed as a people, which are non-Jews. Now he will order maybe David or other Israeli kings, say, go and I will give them to your hand because they have sinned against me. Which means it's not always they have been sinning. And they were not, Jews. They were not practicing Jewish religion. They were doing their own thing, which means God recognized it. Just the same way that the Jews sometimes they say, God said, you have sinned. That is why I give you into the hands of the Philistines. So any people with their own religion, they can sin because they have right. God is hearing everybody. If you put it like that, the God is central. It is not something that could be manipulated. God is not an entity that could be manipulated by one religion or one country. No, it is universal, for goodness sake. It is only mostly these two religions that are tormenting the world, Christianity and Islam. I'm telling you honestly. Now, we are going back to the historical facts about how they forced you and I, our ancestors, their motives of forcing us, converting us into this their religion, which you are defending. Please continue listening. Now, King Leopold he wrote to the missionaries, also he told them, your knowledge of the gospel will allow you to find texts ordering and encouraging your followers to love poverty. You see? Don't you love poverty in Nigeria? Don't you love poverty in Nigeria? That is why when they tell people to come out to protest, to chase all these politicians into oblivion so that they will understand that what they are doing is bad. No, you say they will use Bible to defend them. No, Bible say, I am of this world, but I'm not for this world. There's a way they put it.
Vengeance is mine. Vengeance is mine, says the Lord.
My reward is in heaven, so there's no need because it will be very hard for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of God. So why am I? You see the person talking this, he have no electricity, he doesn't have even any program of the next meal. He is in Potopoto in Ariaria, being happy. One avoidable sickness, one curable sickness will infect him or her and kill her. But she is quoting you Bible. The Bible, what they put you, originally the Europeans, why they bring you, force you into this religion. One of the intentions is to make you love poverty. Like, happier are the poor because they will inherit the heaven. And it is very difficult for the rich to enter the kingdom of God. You have to detach them, or you have to detach from them and make them disrespect everything which gives courage to affront us. Do you see what is happening in the zoo today? Anything that will give them courage in order to affront the politicians. How would you shake your kunaka? Telling you that we need to pray to rulers, not to confront them, because God put them there. It is God. Therefore, after winning an election, both who proves of them, Indioshi ritualists, people that kill in order to sacrifice. They will go to churches. Yes, they will go to churches and stand in the altar of churches, telling them that it's God that gave me this winning, this governorship, which means it's not you, it's God. That is what they want. So that once they call God, you yourself will be, you will remain harmless. As far as it's God that put them, don't worry. Just we pray for them, everything will be better. Remember, it is the intentions of the Europeans in bringing this Christianity to you that you are defending today. You understand? Okay. He says, continue listening. You have to detach from them and make them disrespect everything which gives courage to affront us. I make reference to their mystic system and their war fetish, warfare protection, which they pretend not to want to abandon. And you must do everything in your power to make it disappear. How? In order to demonize it. Why you are doing this? No, it is worshipping idol. But today, the Nigerian military, anywhere they come in Biafra land, they first of all look for our herbalists in order to do for them odeshi. So they want you to condemn all this so that you will be weak. You will become powerless and be weak and isolated. No protection again from your land, from your indigenous religion, so that you become prey to them. Remember the other day I talked about Arochukwu. You understand? The Arochukwu altar. You call Arochukwu shrine. In the church, you call it altar, but in our own, you call it shrine. The altar is the same thing as shrine. Do you understand? Stop demonizing. They turned us into demonizing our own, something that should protect us against the onslaught of the Europeans. They make these missionaries in order to break our backbone, to demonize it and say, no, this is not a way of worshiping the true God. Who are they to decide? Who are they to decide where of worshiping the true God? They forced us into this. Okay, let me continue. Your action will be directed essentially to the younger ones, for they won't revolt when the recommendation of the priest is contradictory to their parents' teachings. Do you see it? The children have to learn to obey what the missionary recommends, who is the father of their soul. They must singularly insist on their total submission and obedience. Avoid developing the spirit in the schools. Teach students to read and not to reason. Do you see it? All these things we are suffering today, it is highly calculated and orchestrated and, imbibed in us. It is an agenda. And that is why when they see us doing all these things, defending what they give to us with bad intention, they are laughing at us. Do you understand? They are laughing at us. This is why we are calling for us to go back to our roots. Go back to our roots. We become more powerful. We become more impregnable. We become more invincible. If you understand, the Europeans, they understood it. That is why they first of all try to detach us from our land, so that our land will be annoyed for us. Now they can strike and get us. That is it. Now I continue reading, please. He said, the children who have to learn to obey what the missionary recommends, who is the father of their soul, you must singularly insist on their total submission and obedience. Avoid developing the spirits in their schools. Teach the students to read and not to reason. Do black people reason today? It's to read. The Bible says, you quote from Genesis to Revelation. He cannot reason nothing. Dear patriots, are some of the principles that you must apply. You will find many other books which will be given to you at the end of this conference. Evangelize the niggers so that they stay forever in submission to the white colonialists, so that they never revolt against the restraints they are undergoing. Recite every day. Recite. He said, tell them to recite every day. Happy are those who are weeping, because the kingdom of God is for them. Do you see it? Are you listening? What we have been sentenced into. I say we are, unmasking the secrets in order to open our eyes in all these things. Convert always the black or the blacks by using the whip. That is using the cane. Keep their women in 9 months of submission to work freely for us. Force them to pay you in sign of recognition, goats, chickens, or eggs every time you visit their villages. Have you forgotten the stories they put it on comedy in Chibuanozo? One, I don't know whether you know it, Lomaju Gorge. The time of the white people through the cutmars, bringing chickens and yes, Lomaju Gorge. I think I had the other day, he just died. I don't know.
Oh, really?
Yes, I saw it.
I met that guy in real life. It has been a long time, this thing that, trying to get me on the media, but I've been dodging it. I was supposed to be doing, I would have been one of those people in this Nollywood thing, him and White Dish. I met them. That was when I was coming out here, so I couldn't pursue that. Yeah.
This is from my place, direct. Yeah. So that is it. So now, these are the instructions, the orders given to these missionaries and more. Keep listening, that you should make them to pay, so that they will understand your importance. They will be giving you goods, chickens, which you don't even thank them. Is it not what the Jews and everybody, all these pastors and clergy are doing today? They see it, they make you understand that it is your duty, that once you give, you have blessing. So you don't need to be thanked. They collect it with alacrity and even want you to do more. That is what the order that have been given, that you continue, that is continue working against black people till today. That is why blacks are imbecilic, gullible today, mostly in our land. Okay. And make sure that niggers never become rich. Sing every day that it is impossible for the rich to enter heaven. Make them pay tax each week at Sunday Mass. Use the money supposed for the poor to build flourishing business centers. Institute a conventional system which allows you to be good detectives, denouncing any black that has a different consciousness contrary to that of the decision maker. Do you understand what it says here? The issue of making you to be going for how do you call it, confession, so that they know your secrets, so that they know your mindset. When you talk, they understand whether you are a revolutionist that is coming against them. Now they will put you down, put your aspiration down by giving you penance, this and that, all this rubbish. I say this is
that is another word, dehumanizing the person, because you're going there and spewing your secret. You don't want somebody else to know.
Yes.
And then a stranger will give you counseling. When the person is counseling you, makes you look lower than that individual.
No, this is arrant stupidity.
Mind game.
Arrant stupidity. Where they even that we cannot even have our own secret again. So that it's a way of them policing everybody. Is a covert operation whereby you can't tell your parents, you can't tell your secret. If, for example, you're married,
you're confessing to cannot confess to anybody.
Yes.
Think about it.
Yeah. So that if you're a married man, maybe you slept with another person's wife, another girl. They will know. You cannot talk.
Then you can hold it as a blackmail on your head.
They hold you hostage.
Can just look at you and then that pacifies you because he's holding your secret.
He's holding you hostage.
He will turn around and be sleeping with your wife. You can't even say a thing.
Exactly. And that is what is happening in our land today. It's very, very sad that you see, we are talking of confession. That one in Catholic. In Pentecostal today, you see a couple, a wife. Instead, if you want to do something, you first of all go and tell his pastor first, inform the pastor or the GO. The husband, the same thing, for you to see how bad, how brainwashed people are today. It is sad, and they held the people hostages. Anything they do, you cannot talk because they will, that they have your secrets.
Do you know how many marriages have been broken because in Pentecostal their own is counseling? Mazi, do you know how many marriages have been broken because the couple were having problems and they went for counseling, and that will be the end of that marriage? Because the pastor is interested in the woman, he will start sleeping with her. In our olden days, when couples were having problems, will come together, either resolve it or not resolve it, and it's going to be a public event. Nobody going in secret. So if their own is confessing, not confessing, I meant to say counseling, they have done more harm than good in their setting.
Of course, Wada. Let me continue reading this because it's 3 pages. I'm on the 2nd page. We finish reading it now. You say something before I open our lines. He said, he gave them the order. He said, these are the missionaries you think as you call them, they are heavenly, they are angels, they are saints, they are this. You don't know that what they are doing, they are manipulating, they are under their government in order to do what? To manipulate everybody, control everybody, enslave and colonize everybody politically. And that is what is happening, so that you cannot rise up. Once you are down mentally, it's finished. There is nothing. You can't do anything. Your leg cannot rise up. That is it. So he said also, and make sure that niggers never become rich. Sing every day that it is impossible for the rich to enter heaven. Make them pay tax each week at Sunday Mass. Use the money supposed for the poor to build flourishing business centers. Institute a confessional system which allows you to be good detectives, denouncing any black that has a different consciousness contrary to that of the decision maker. Teach the niggers to forget their heroes and to adore only ours. Saint Matthias Diaso, Saint Peter, whereas no Kechuku, people that it should be sent, so we abhor them. No, they worship idol. This is an agenda that was put there in place to program you to be behaving the way you are behaving today. You understand? Teach the niggers to forget their heroes and to adore only ours. Never present a chair to a black that comes to visit you. Don't give him more than one cigarette. Never invite him for dinner, even if he gives you a chicken every time you arrive at his house. The above speech, which shows the real intention of the Christian mission. Now the writer is talking. The above speech, which shows the real intention of the Christian missionary journey in Africa, was exposed by the world to the world by Mr. Makuni Meikwane Bukoko, born in the Congo in 1915 and who in 1935, while working in the Congo, bought a second-hand Bible from a Belgian priest who forgot the speech in the Bible. Do you see it? Now we should note that all missionaries carried out and still carry out that mandate. We are only lucky to have found the King Leopold's articulation of the aim of all Christian imperialistic missionaries to Africa. Even the African converts who today manage the older churches in Africa, the priests, bishop, archbishop, cardinals, etc., of the Roman and Protestant sects, and especially all those who evangelize born-again Christianity, still serve the same mandate. It is a reality. It is a reality, which is the reason why they demonize African gods and anglicize African names and drop the names of African deities, which form part of African names, and still attack and demonize the African shrines that have managed to survive. Do you see it? Are you seeing it? That is an agenda that they have done. Those Africans who voluntarily converted to Christianity before the colonial conquest, such as Alfonso I of the Bar Congo in the 15th century, probably did not discern the purpose of the brand of Christianity that was supplied to them, which was probably why they fell as prey to the missionaries and the white traders and pirates who followed them. But listen now, but their Japanese counterparts probably did discern the game, even without access to some versions of Leopold's letter. But even if the Japanese shoguns did not intuit what Leopold makes explicit, they clearly realized the danger of Japanese converts to Christianity forming a fifth column within Japanese society and the state. A fifth column loyal to the co-religionists in Europe. To rid Japan of that danger in the 16th century, I have been saying this every time here. To rid Japan of that danger in the late 16th century, the shoguns began their expulsion of Portuguese and Spanish missionaries on the ground that they were forcing Japanese to become Christians, teaching their disciples to wreck temples, their Japanese temple, indigenous belief, to wreck temple the same way they did in our land. They are still doing it, vandalizing and burning our shrines in the name of that demons live there. Do you see it? But Japan stopped them. They were forcing Japanese to become Christians, teaching their disciples to wreck temples, taking and trading slaves, etc. Then in 15 1796, it became clear to the Japanese authorities that Christianization has become a prelude to Spanish conquest of other lands. And it quickly dawned on them that a fifth column loyal to Rome and controlled by the priests of a foreign religion was a clear and present danger to the sovereignty of a newly unified Japan. So after the persecution and suppression of Japan Christians began early in the 17th century, sensing the danger from a creed that taught obedience to foreign priests rather than the Japanese authorities, all missionaries were ordered to leave and all Japanese were ordered to register at the Buddhist temples. Do you see that? They are Shinto religion. They made it official that every citizen must go to the temple and register. Do you see it? When Japanese Christians took part in a rebellion, foreign priests were executed and Spanish were expelled and Japanese Christians were forbidden to travel abroad. After another rebellion, largely by Christians, was put down, the Japanese Christians were suppressed and their descendants were put under close state surveillance for centuries thereafter. In the 1640s, all Japanese suspected of being Christians were ruthlessly exterminated. Thus, Japan by 1650 saved itself from the first European attempt to mentally subvert and conquer and colonize them. Do you see what we are fighting? I used to tell you here, Japan that exterminated the foreign religion, the Japanese that were Christians. Today, are you not dying to go to Japan? Are you not? Because they understand the influence of foreign ideology in their land. Their missionaries were teaching Africans in order to be rebellious to their kings. Do you see it? Is it not what is happening today? That is the idea Ottoman Danfodio used in conquering the Hausas. Oh, your leaders are corrupt. Why is he going to participate in infidels meeting if he says he's a Muslim? Now rise up and kill him. And the Hausas sheepishly, they rose up and slaughtered themselves for Ottoman Danfodio. Today, who is on top? The Fulanis are manipulated and conquered them. The same thing, the same way our people are being forced, but subtly, and we are fighting against ourselves. When you see somebody, he's a worshiping idol. They're cutting our economic trees in the name of demons live there. Do you see what they have done? We are talking about.
Even if the spirits that are living there, Japan, you just invoke Mazi, they follow their culture, follow their own religion. They are on the cutting edge of technology, science, name it. They are. That's the truth. I mean, I live in America here. America, yeah, they're one of the leading countries, in technology and science and technology. But Japan is on a different level. They are on the cutting edge. More countries, call it America, even Soviet Union, they all gain from advancement in technology and science. That's the factor that you can take.
But more that they killed they exterminated their Christians. They exterminated their Christians, and God didn't bring fire from heaven to burn them.
No.
Go on.
Because why I'm making this argument, because you hear our people always say, but they brought development, they brought education. No, they did not. In fact, they killed it in our own. When it comes to our own, they killed our own science. They killed our own technology. Our ancestors were way more advanced before these people came to do the so-called giving them civilization and improving their lives. Some of the things our ancestors were able to accomplish, Africa as a continent, is still marvel them today with their core science. Who was more advanced? That's it. Who has been more advanced? People have stayed, our ancestors. One of the things I fought them, I don't fought. They are the one that opened my eyes to know that there was a language called Nsibidi. If Nsibidi has stayed, we will continue to evolve. Our states could have continued to evolve. we will not be where we are today. We would have been just like the Japanese now are competing on this, cutting edge. We would have been on cutting edge through our own scientific methodology that God has inspired us through our environment and everything we have.
Of course, Wanda, as I continue saying, the writer said the African captives who we are taking abroad and enslaved, and the Africans at home after the European conquest, having already been forcibly deprived of their autonomy, we are in no political position to resist the Christianization. Thus, the Christianity still practiced in all of the African American diaspora, just as that in the African homeland since the start of the 20th century continues to carry out the Leopoldian mandate, that is the European mandate of estranging us from our own land. Hence, for example, whereas the white born agains of the USA, when in the US Navy or Navy ships in World War II sang "Praise the Lord" and pass the ammunition, they say, "Pass me the ammunition." They pass the ammunition after saying "Praise the Lord." The attitude of African born again converts today is best summed up as they shout to "Praise the Lord" and lie down for the manna. They don't do nothing. They only continue praying, speaking in tongues that a miracle will happen. Whereas those white people that which also instituted this, they knew what they did. So that is why when they also shout "Praise the Lord," they fight. They don't go and start waiting for manna to fall down from heaven.
Because they knew it was not mandated from God. They know God has nothing to do with it. They know that. It was only a tool of conquest, for marginalization, for slavery. They know their way.
They know their way.
So that is why.
That is why when they see you, they watch you. When they watch Africans pray, every day, church full, they laugh. They say, "Look, how do we? These people, they cannot be delivered again because look at what we have." They will be shouting, "Look at what we have done to them." Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, every day you are in the church praying.
Yeah. Like when you see some of them over here, like Benny Hinn has come out recently. In fact, it was his own cousin that was debunking that everything Benny Hinn did was a fraud. You go on internet, don't quote me. You guys will see the videotapes his own cousin made. His own cousin was with him for a long time. This is the same, his real direct cousin. He came out and debunked him and stated that everything Benny Hinn had done for years, nobody was. It was all a setup. It was a setup miracle.
These people, they come, they confess what we have done since ages is a sin, is a crime, is a fraud. Now, they don't suffer for it. No person. What of the life they have destroyed? The other time, somebody come up and said the books I've written about tithe is wrong. Is
yeah,
fake.
because that's why I'm bringing this. That there are people that are still arguing. What of these people, Benny Hinn? What of this one in this country? But what I'm trying to say now is go on YouTube to hear the young father called Benny Hinn's father tell you how this is started. He started from Benny Hinn's father. It was a business. Benny Hinn's brother is in Canada. He has the same program. So Benny Hinn is the one that kind of brought his own to London. He said my uncle is very rich. He said that everything they did was just a set. He will tell you his life. Even when he called himself a catcher.
Just the same way,
Benny Hinn later came out and apologized. But like you said, what are you going to tell to all these people you have scammed?
Many people died even because of
Benny Hinn.
brainwashing.
People could have been healed. They died because they were given this illusion that he was healing them. So why are they speaking in tongues? People like Benny Hinn. Because they're still speaking in tongues to people like our people who are the ones that are continuing to give them this money. People who have their mental capacity is not strong enough to understand that they're being scammed. Another person is Grateful Dollar. Even Grateful Dollar went to Nigeria one time, came out with one story. Go again and Google it on YouTube. He came out recently and said that he is sorry. No, he said he will not apologize for it. But he said that he wants his congregation and everybody to know that even though he has been preaching for tithe and offering, that tithe has no place in the ministry. That is a wrong ministration. And somebody asked him, but you have extorted money from people through preaching of tithing and this. He said, well, I will not apologize to it, but I'm standing here to tell you people that from today henceforth, I will not talk about tithe because it's Old Testament. They have been scamming people. Because that's the only language they will speak for these people, our people, who had no idea how they have been conquered people. This is what we're trying to do here, Mazi. To open our eyes to know that these things, some of us are vigorously defending. They did not bring it because they love you. They did not sell you this market because they care. They did not sell this market to you because they want your soul to make it to heaven. They don't even know where heaven is. They did not bring it to you because they love you. They brought it because they found that it was a perfect tool to mentally and physically enslave and put us in bondage. And it's only a few people like us who have tried to do an in-depth study and reading from the book some of them wrote, from the history, archaeological artifacts, begin to find out that this was a made-up lie. You want to pursue spirituality in a different thing, but when it comes to these two, particularly these two religions, there are elements or tools for political tool to galvanize people, use them for their own expense. That is what we are trying to tell our people. We are the one that wrote. We are not the one that wrote this story. This is a true story. It has nothing to be against anybody, because the people that so-called brought you this thing you're defending have run far away from it, because it was never truth in the first place. It was a tool that was used, continue to be used. And that is what the politicians are doing. Somebody like you, Mazi, somebody like Ozodimba, who has killed, he will finish killing. When I started seeing, I said, why is he always wearing white? That the deception. Watch him, he's always wearing white. If he came into this so-called power, he's trying to give the impression that he's a clean man spiritually, when he's a blood-stained soul, if there's anything like that. He will finish killing this youth. He will put on white and go to church. And where does he sit? They will give him the front seat. You ask yourself, these ministers, are they not hearing? If they cannot hear, can't they see the outcry of mothers, the outcry of fathers, the outcry of siblings about their innocent souls that have been cut short? Why are they not confronting somebody like Devil Umahi and Uzodimba? Because they're all doing the same thing. Because when they came in for the conquest of Africa, they found out that there were two ways they could use it. They could use to conquer Africa. One was what? Use the coerce, which was religion and other things, and then use the barrel of the gun. They are still doing it today. But they found out that where the world is now, apart from people like these Fulanis, it's not easy to just pick up a gun in the name of Christianity and begin to shoot people. But you can continue to hold them bound, hold them down mentally through this book called Christianity, or Holy Bible, or whatever they call it. That's what I wanted to bring in here right now, man.
Okay.
Because I don't know whether you have finished reading.
Yeah, just remaining a bit. The conclusion is this: thanks to a century or more of this King Leopold mandated missionary mind control, African Christians are not an activist. They are not self-helping. They are not economically engaged or politically resolute, let alone militant bunch. Hence, they are putting up with all manner of mistreatment and exploitation by their misrulers, white and black. That is the reason why they can condone anything. They will say, don't worry, God will judge. I have cancelled that thing in my lexicon. God will judge them. No, we human beings will judge them. That is it. Now, the most they are disposed to do to their misrulers is to admonish them to fear God. Oh, fear God, though. Where is your soul? So all these politicians, can't you fear God? That is the Leopold mind mind control, you know, the mind control, mind mandated missionary. The mind control. That is what is working in the lives of our people today. But here on Radio Biafra, we want to reverse that. You see the preaching in the church. You see all these politicians now. Why can't you fear God? No, they don't see any God. They should fear men, you and I. If people will rise up and march as in Imo, rise up and march like what they did in Sri Lanka. The Sri Lankans didn't stay and say, you people should fear God, please. No, they made them fear them because they are the people that put them there. You understand? They marched in their millions and went and burned the houses of the politicians, tormenting their lives because they are not tormenting God's life, they are tormenting their own life. So it is them that's supposed to rise up, you that's supposed to rise up in order to go march and go and set that thing, set it right. Those people, they marched in Sri Lanka and burnt the houses of politicians and pursued their president, their prime minister, out, and he ran away. Sheer number without guns. But in Nigeria, people can condone anything.
Together, let man take it down.
Yes. In Nigeria, people can condone everything. If you talk, they will go to their church and start praying. They will go to mosque and they will control them. The same thing that is even in mosque in Islam, it is even worse. All are the same. Don't you ask yourself questions? These people that forced this religion on us, don't you ask yourself questions? You understand? The lesson in the contrast between an Africa that the Christian missionaries brainwashed and subverted and a Japan where this brainwashing and subversion was forcibly prevented is stark and clear. What then must Africans of today begin to do to save themselves from brainwashing by their white world enemies here on earth? That is the question. And that is why we are doing what we are doing. In order to reverse, in order to make you conscious of the situation, why you are defending what you don't know. Studying history, sometimes when you study history, you become afraid. You understand the enormity of the mess we are in. You understand that. Damaging our brain. Today, Japan that understood this. Do you know that Japan, their main religion is Shintoism? It's like our traditional religion. Hana Kwaran every house have shrine. Don't you know that? They have shrine, but are they developed? The answer is
it's
yes.
Not just the house, Mazi. When you go, I live here. Where I live is highly diversified. I live in Maryland. Not even Japanese, every Asian house, call it India, who practices Hinduism, they call it Japanese, Chinese, Mazi, any of the, even from Philippines, all those people, any of their store, I'm not even talking about house, store, you walk in their shop, they have their little, whatever, right there.
Shrine.
Whatever there. Yes, they don't hide it. And they are prospering more than you and I. Who said that every prosperity coming from God through Jesus? These people don't pay tithe, man. These people don't invoke Jesus Christ. They go directly to their God, or whatever they do, they have their own religion, which God inspired their ancestors. God is the author of, the giver of every tongue. You know, I don't want to go there, man, because this mind of a man, this tongue of a man, this brain of a man is one phenomenal entity that I don't even know. You have an insight about the mind of man, you marvel, which is the next frontier of science. Let me leave it, I'm not going there. But think about it. Anywhere you find yourself born as a child and you're in that environment, your tongue picks up that dialect. Automatic. So, what is he saying? And God is in control of every dialect. If you believe that this God we're talking about, there is anything like God, call it force of nature, controls everything. He has everybody in their own dialect. So, he controls the dialect I speak. He's aware of the dialect I speak. And out of the sound that comes out of my mouth, through the formation of information that I retrieve from the universe, whatever you call it, that formed into my brain, then comes out, you call it my mind. All these values, all this what we call culture are formed. They are formed. So God is recognizant. He inspires people. Let me go into the spiritual, spiritual aspect of it. This God inspired every tongue. He hears you through your tongue. He understands your dialect. There is no dialect or language or God says that he says you must use this. You call him in any language or dialect, he hears you. He controls it. There's somebody is coming to tell you your culture that is being inspired through your spoken words is not right. It's not the perfect one as far as God is concerned. That's when I ask the question. These Japanese, these Asians, they communicate to God through their own way. God has inspired them. Values, religion, they communicate with him. They are one of the richest people. Let me speak about America. I live for more than 20 years. They are in control. After the Jews, the Asians are the next people economically that are controlling this country. They don't talk to they don't talk to you about Jesus and this thing. They don't pay attention enough. So is God now partial? I want to ask these religious people. Because it has nothing to do with it. They don't sit down and just be paying homage to that deity they believe in or spirit they believe in. They give they burn incense and all that. They burn the incense, but they're active people. They walk. They don't sit down. When danger is coming to them, they take care of it. They run away from it or they defend themselves. They don't just sit down and keep certain, however they hum, because they will die right there. This is what we're trying to make other people to understand. Nobody's against you practicing whatever you believe in, your religion. Because that's it. For me, I believe that philosophically, there is a place, it gives people some level of comfort, emotional comfort. But that should not negate reality. That when things are coming to you, or that you want to achieve something, you must get up and get action, put action in place and get it done. We're talking about protest. We can shout all we want. These 14 boys that have been killed untimely. If we don't rise up and show people how mad we are, why would I expect somebody else to come and carry my cross? That's what we call it. Or somebody else will come from another place to march for me. But I'm staying here and I've seen when the same Igbos, especially Igbos, let me call them, so-called Christian, let me call them out, during Trump's elections, they were in Nigeria supporting, doing a protest or a march or whatever solidarity march for a man that doesn't even give a hoot about them. Trump doesn't know them. Trump cannot impact their lives. He's an American. He's an American president. Whatever oath he takes is what to protect America, not to protect Nigerians. But my people were there. Their churches organized them. They came out that day in solidarity, said they were supporting Trump for him to win. I'm not against that. But I'm asking them, where is that energy? They will be there. I remember when Floyd was killed in Baltimore here. Nigerians were over there, especially our people, because I don't see how some people, Fulani people, getting into this kind of protest. It's our people. Black Lives Matters. Black Lives Matter. They were something that happened in America here. But this is our 14 youths. These children. One of them could be the Steve Jobs of tomorrow. This cell phone everybody is carrying. It was not done through prayer. It was a human being that came up with the concept. If Steve Jobs was killed when he was young, you and I will not know anything about cell phone today. Not even the way we know it today about Apple. Everybody wants to carry Apple. If Microsoft was cut down when he was 20, Bill Gates, we will not know anything like Microsoft today. Let's begin this into reality. To our people to know the potentials that have been deprived us from. Even the Yeshua, Jesus Christ, let me use the word they call him, that they invoked that will take them to heaven. If at the time, according to the biblical story, that she got the people found out that she was pregnant and they wanted to stone her to death. If according to their Bible, God did not visit, or the angel did not visit Joseph in the dream, and advised him to make sure to protect Mary, because God was responsible for the pregnancy, however you want to qualify it, Jesus Christ would have been killed as the mother was being stoned. And there wouldn't have been any Jesus Christ that following that to take them to salvation. These children are potential Jesus. These children are potential Microsoft. They are potential Amazon, Bezos, John Bezos. They are potential Nnamdi Kanu. They are potential you. They are potential me. They have been snatched away from our society. A blessing God gave us. We have no idea whether these are the people that will take us to the next frontier of life. We have cut them short. And people are acting like it's nothing. One life lost is more than enough. Because you don't know the potential of this kid. And who are the people exercising these heinous crimes? Encouraging them. Old bags who are 2 feet away from their graves. Most of them have expressed all their so-called potentials or inability to express them. We know who they are. We know what they have been. Just like somebody like Ozodimba, 419er, criminal. What has he achieved? Nothing. We know his full potential. Nothing good can come from him. But these are kids that are yet to express their potentials. And every day you're praying to God to bless you. And probably, most likely, God has sent blessings through these children. And what did we do? We killed them. This is where I tell people, if you understand some of these things, you will not even hurt your own brother or your sister. Because that individual you're trying to hurt out of jealousy, sibling rivalry, evil might be the light God has sent in your community. Maybe the light God has sent in your father's compound. Maybe the light God has sent in your mother's, through your mother's womb, to elevate your family. When you undermine that individual for whatever selfish feelings you're having at that moment, you kill the individual. Either by giving the person a 2 or poisoning, or calling kidnappers to kidnap, which is the current thing now. Kidnap the person, extort or kill the person. You have closed the door. Are you praying? Praying for what? God has answered your prayer, but what did you do? You buried it. That is what we are calling. We must rise up when one is crying. We must rise up as a collective, as an individuals that are collected in one goal, which is Biafra. Stand up, get our freedom. Mazi has come as a vessel God is using to give us freedom. Look at what we have done. We have not done a good job. And every day they go to church. They are telling you that Yeshua came to give you life, make you free. And you are in bondage of the white man. Just like this letter you have read today. To let them hear and see the intention of the people that brought this religion to them. It has nothing to do with liberation. It has nothing to do with freedom. But what? Total slavery. And the man, the vessel, what have we done? We put him where he is today. Because he looks like one of us. We cannot see his potential. That is where our freedom is lying. We have caged our freedom. We have put our freedom in suspension. So we must rise. Rise. God has done his part. What is left for us. We must rise up, demand for the immediate release of this man. Now that UN has finally raised their head, we must rise up. Fight like never before. Speak more than before. Let this man come out. That's our freedom in lock and key. We are asking for freedom. We are asking for self-determination. We are asking to be able to go from one end of the country to another. We are asking for be the people God has blessed us, be able to express our full potential. We just lock that up. Let's be mindful of that. God has answered our prayers, but we have locked it up. Mazi, I'm going to use for now and see how you go.
There is one pathetic thing, in our land today. If somebody comes to your room and see maybe a calabash or you are an altar with calabash and shrine. Hey, you're doing your own thing in our traditional way. They will take you as a bad person. This is all these things we need to change it in our head. It's in the brain, it's in our head only. Anything that concerns our traditional way of life is bad, is evil. Don't you? Why don't you also demonize a goosey soup that we are eating? Because it's part of our lives, it's part of our way of life. That's it. Now, in conclusion, basically, people are not forced into religious conversions out of love or passion. People are not forced into religious conversion for you to go to heaven. That is, it's an illusion. It's just like one Nigeria, which Fulani is using in order to Fulanize everybody. Anything you want to remember, Nigeria unity. Remember, for the sake of one Nigeria unity should not be discussed. We have to maintain it. They build ports, seaport or navy port in a desert of Kanu. You want to tell? Hey, don't worry, it's one Nigeria. Do you want to spoil one Nigeria? In order to one Nigeria now. Do you see it? Everything, every user, they bring you that illusion. That is exactly the same way. You want to miss heaven? They obey. He's a man of God. He's a clergy. He's an imam. Go and expose yourself in order to go to heaven. It's the same thing. So that you don't mind what is going on in your own world. The world God will bring you out in order for you to cater for. You don't mind. They focus in heaven. Those that are pointing for you to go to heaven, they will reach at the gate of heaven, they run away. They say, no, instead we pay 100 million in order to save ourselves. Because of what they exactly. You understand? Yeah, exactly. That is very big, the highest deception and hypocrisy I've ever seen. I'm telling you honestly. For you to know that all these things are made up, they are make-ups. They are illusions they use on you in order to make you focus on illusion. Whereas the main thing is going on. The white people, they have understood it. They know all the secrets. That is why they develop their world. They develop their entity. And you are dying to go there. You that wants to go to heaven, do your own thing nowhere, but you want to go to white man's place where that is developed. Yes. That is rubbish. It's brainwashing, mental enslavement. That is what we are trying to remove here. Now, as I said, basically, people are not forced into religious conversions or religious conversions out of love or passion. Rather, in order to harmonize their belief system with that of their conquerors, so that they could be easily controlled, subjugated, and manipulated for political purposes. Example is Ottoman Danfodio to the Hausa. He brought them real Islam, but today where are they? Are they relegated to the background? The Fulani, they took up positions. If you don't say no, you want to offend Allah. We're supposed to be at your head. Do you know real Islam? It's we that know it. So you respect us. That is exactly the same thing. Oh, yeah, that did you. He knows the Bible. He sees God more than you. So you have to tell him your secret. You don't know that all
touch not my anointed.
Touch not my anointed. You will see him. He will be shooting everywhere. And no, don't talk. He's a man of God. Please, God will judge you. God will kill you. All these are mind controls, brainwashing. We should emancipate ourselves from all these shenanigans. That is what is keeping us aground. Do you understand? That is when, people in Nigerians are gullible. Because their pastors and their imams will tell them, pray for Nigeria. Everything will be okay. Miracle will come. Don't worry. God is in control. All that, it is our sin. That is why we are suffering. So once we do the right thing by praying and fasting, now He will give us a good leader. All these are bunkum. You must fight for good leadership in your place. The same way the French Revolution rose up by themselves and blood was shed everywhere in Europe. The people rose up. If you fail to rise thinking that God will fight for you, you are on your own. Your ass is grass. I posted something that somebody wrote. He said, when it comes to religion, Africans, Nigerians fight for God. But when it comes to their own rights, they leave it for God to fight for them. It's really horrible, honestly. So, we would see that the Europeans forcefully, or the European forceful conversion and imposition of their Christianity upon us was for us to be separated from our indigenous way of life, which paved the way for their easy political manipulations, resulting and leading to colonialism and neo-colonialism we are suffering today. If what we are saying is not truth, why did the Pope Francis apologize to the indigenous people of Canada? The church, as a leader of the church, they understood the evil they committed against the indigenous people. Because the indigenous people, they have been fighting for this apology. They recognized, they understood that they were wronged, that they were manipulated, they were slaughtered. That is why they were demanding for it. But it's a pity in our own land. Our people never even understand that, what happened to us. The religion they gave to us was through force, manipulation.
But man, do you know? I don't know, because there was this book I read, one of my when I did personality adjustment. It's called. You will be fascinated if you read it. It's very cheap. You can get it on Amazon. I think even $3. Man's Search for Meaning. It's about Jewish Holocaust. There you will see that even during that time, Germany was killing the Jews. That the Pope then was in support, because Hitler wrote him a letter. And he encouraged him to even go hard on them. And even the slavery that was going on in Africa, West Africa, they were asked to target and search out for the African Jews. Man Search for Meaning. Anybody that can read, I read it in my personality adjustment, and I did a thesis on it. Powerful book, very small but very powerful. So what am I saying? Even what is happening now, we are supposed to be Christians. Majority of us, Biafra, majority, at least 70 to 80%.
I said, like what you said. They will wait until they start slaughtering us. Now they will start bringing help. We are giving them aid.
Even the help they will bring, what help?
Why not stop that thing? Why not stop? Come now and look at people. What they are saying is right.
These are people. You people are telling us to convert because the infidels are going to, the unbelievers are going to hell. They are the ones now slaughtering your so-called Christians that are supposed to go to heaven. You converted them. You made them to leave their indigenous religion, to follow you, believing you that you are the one that have the right key to heaven. Okay, according to you. You are the one that changed their culture and everything. They are following you. They contribute money. They send to Rome. They contribute money. They send to Canterbury. None of these two countries or these two entities have even issued a statement. Even as their own clergymen, their own representatives are being beheaded and slaughtered by these people. They keep their mouth shut. But that Pope will quickly go and apologize to Muslims. So who is fooling who here? Doesn't he believe in what he's telling us? I'm asking these Christians, ask a question. Where is your Papa? Is he deaf now? I mean, his secretaries cannot tell him what is going on. How the Christians are being marginalized, killed every day. Is he not hearing it? He has not made a statement. Mazi or Hamadike, human rights, have been marginalized for nothing. Has the Pope spoken? No. Has the Bishop of Canterbury spoken? No. As a matter of fact, the British government are in cahoots with their own citizens. They connive with infidels, unbelievers, because of political position, political and natural resources just because of it. And they're telling you heaven is your home, where what you're going to get in heaven is real. Forget about here. Don't scramble for anything here. Your treasure is in heaven when you pay tithe and offering. But they're allowing somebody's human right to be abused, trampled upon, because they want the natural resources in Africa. They're not looking for the one in heaven. The one in Africa, in Nigeria, to be precise. In Biafran land, to be precise. That's why Mazi Nnamdi is in there and Britain is keeping quiet. They were part of the people that kidnapped him. They arranged it. But here, they're telling you, don't worry about the natural resources here. Don't worry about anything here. Go to heaven. They are here killing us, jailing us, calling us monkeys, treating us like one, less than their animals. Because here you can't even keep your animals in a room without attending to it. You go to jail. But for 1 year, this man has been in what? Detention. 24 hours. Can't come out. And yet, they cannot speak.
Of course, in conclusion, before I open our lines, we should stop viewing regarding this forced religious conversion as saving or bringing development to us. It is a very wrong notion. It is brainwashing. Rather, we should regard it as it is. And what is it? It is political domination, enslavement, and colonization. We can develop even better by always reforming, updating, and developing our indigenous religions to suit the present generation. We should stop viewing our traditional way of life, way of worship, religion as evil, blanket evil. This is demonic. Is in itself demonic, please. We should go back to our roots. I am not telling you to jettison your Christianity or anything. No. But do it, with the backbone of our roots. That is the way you do it. That is what we are talking. So, I will open my lines. People have started calling already, but before I do that, I will go into a few minutes break so that when I come back, I will open the lines. Please don't go away.
Biafra, worldwide phone call campaign alert continues. BBC, a propaganda machine and racist media set up by the Great Britain to oppress the oppressed people of Biafra. BBC, your media war propaganda of 1967 that led to the genocide of over 3.5 million Biafrans, men, women, and children, did not stop us. Do you know why? Because we are the sons and daughters of the great lion from the tribe of Biafra. Our minds are made up. Your shenanigans, antics, and fake gutter media will not stop us either. We must and shall restore Biafra. Biafra worldwide phone call campaign alert continue. Now pay close attention. Be polite when you call BBC and use the following prompt when you call. Hello, my name is. You tell them your name. I am calling to ask about BBC policy of propaganda against the victims of genocide. Since you are obsessed with telling lies about Biafrans, here are 5 more questions to consider. Now, this is the question to ask BBC. We are witnesses to BBC racist coverage of terrorism, implying that black Africans' lives don't matter. Yet the same BBC rallies the whole world at the slightest terrorist incident in the United Kingdom. Here is the second question. But when it comes to Nigeria, BBC not only hides terrorist killings, but they slander the victims and survivors of terrorism and genocide. The third one. When will the grand patrons of lies and hypocrisy, the BBC Fake News Network, make a documentary about the daily slaughtering of Nigerians by Fulani terrorists and the government of Nigeria, whom you protect, so that London may plunder Biafrans' resources? The fourth question: is the oil and gas of Biafra the reason that BBC is obsessed and terrified by the agitation for freedom by the victims of 400 years of British colonial thievery and crimes against humanity? And the fifth one: we call on the good people of the world to ask BBC and UK government why it aids and abates the genocide in Nigeria by spreading lies, propaganda, and disinformation against Biafran freedom fighters. BBC, we know that you are United Kingdom government agents of imperialism with no modicum of shame. Take down your wicked fake documentary against the victims of genocide and stop your sadistic meddling in the lives of black Africans. Now pay close attention. This is the time to call BBC. You can call them 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Biafran time. Date 4th of July to 30th of September 2022. Now grab your pen and paper and pay close attention. You can call BBC switchboard on this number: +44 2087 438,000. I repeat, +44 208 743 8000. Or you.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service, coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra London. With me is Marien Heather. We are here discussing on religious issues, and the topic of our today's discussion is forced religious conversions. Something that is not our system, and they force us. You think you are defending it today as if it is the same way people that are defending Islam, taking it as their way of life. They didn't understand the carnage that their ancestors suffered before they were subjugated and instituted. It gave them what they are carrying today. What they are doing in our land today, if the Fulani succeeds and subjugate all of us through their Islamic religion, put Emia in Owerri, in Onisha, in Aba, in Bayelsa, everywhere, use their Islamic imam to control us in the mosque. I'm telling you, in the next 100 years, our generations that time will be defending the religion. But they didn't know that this thing came through carnage. It's forced on us. That is exactly the same way our people are defending the European religion, without understanding how it came to us. We need to be wise. Our lines are now open. Our direct line is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142547. I repeat, +61 405 142547. I have a first caller already. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. You are the first caller. Please start by giving us your name, where you're calling from, and give us your view on this issue, please. Do not hesitate to ask questions also, please. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Mazi, good evening.
Yeah, well, welcome to the program.
My name is Mazi Chekwado. I'm calling from Germany. You see my number also. I thank our Wada, Madam Marien. Thank you very much on the work you guys are really doing even I pick a great point that she made, that if our people really know the potential of we humans, even we will not even one day think of even planning evil for our fellow human, because you may not know the person you are planning evil may be the source of your lifting tomorrow. If our people really know this, they will not even play. Even this our 14 youths that were killed last week or last 2 weeks, even the whole Imo State will full, honestly, will full with protest if our people really know about this thing. But everything it depends. They say, yeah, God will fight, God will judge. When will God come and judge? God will not leave. We will be the one to take the fight to them, to fight, to change things. Well, we'll continue doing our best, and I believe that one day they will change. If not our leader Mazi Nnamdi, by now most of us will be answering Mohammed or Abdulaziz. And Mazi Jonathan, I want to deviate a little bit. It's about Mazi Carlo Ntakalo. Mazi Nnamdi Carlo.
Leave it for another day, please. We are. Don't worry. As from tomorrow, you talk about it. But please. Because no, I just want to talk about it now. Another person will come and please, let us focus on what we are taking. Yesterday I talked about it, or day before yesterday. So please, let us not hijack this now. Please.
Okay, Mazi.
Thank you.
Okay, Mazi. No, nobody is hijacking it. Okay, Mazi. Thank you very much, and continue your good work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and our sister. Thank you very much.
There were Mazi. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Yeah.
Well, we must continue. How do I bring in? Calls are coming. Honestly, yes. Yeah, of course, yes. You know why I don't want deviation of this? Another day you can call and talk about it, please. If we speak about it now, another person will call, and it will be the same. No person will even understand or talk about our topic today. Which is also very important. We'll deal with those people. Yes. Of course. Whether I'm trying to get you to come there. I'm trying to even your voice. I don't know. Wait, I don't know. Whether, please, can you come back and come in again? So that, yeah, okay. Caller on WhatsApp. Sorry, not WhatsApp. Caller on Signal. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Mazi Jonathan. Good evening from here.
There, well, welcome to the program.
Can you hear me?
The whole world is hearing you.
Thank you very much. Mazi, thank you very much for your good work. It's only those that don't have sense of reasoning that will not understand what you are saying. Mazi, there was a day I asked one question in church, because me, I'm a Catholic. So I know these things like how to pray rosary, and Catholic believe that if you have not been confirmed, you are not a full member of Catholic Church. You are not a confirmed. Like if you are baptized and you are not being confirmed, you are not a full member. So one day I asked one question when we are in class, doing the class of confirmation class. The question I asked that day is about Jesus Christ. Before I ask the question, I go to the Bible, I open the Bible, I ask them, you people say God is the same yesterday, the same today, the same tomorrow, and the same forever. They said, yes. I said, okay. In the book of Exodus chapter 20 from 1 to 5, said, thou shalt not bow.
To be fast, many people are calling. Calls are pouring in. Please,
okay.
Go on. Be fast, please.
Okay, Mazi, let me make it fast. So this, I read the Bible from 1 to 5, where it says, thou shalt not bow under God, thou shalt not serve under God. So then I ask them, what happened now? Does it mean that God have changed? That we now have the image of Jesus Christ, the image of Holy Mary, and the Blessed Sacrament, that they even obey more than every other thing? Do you know what they say? They said I should wait, that they cannot answer this question now, that if they have to answer it, there is no time, that it will take a much of time, that I should wait after the program. They will call me private and answer the question. So I waited. When the program closed, they called me. They said, "There is not I should not let people deceive me with all those kind of saying. The reason why we have the image of Jesus Christ, the image of Holy Mary, is because when your father died, you keep his image to remember him. So that is why they have all these things. That is why they are bound to it. That is why." Since that day, that is when I begin to realize there is something that people don't know about all this religion. It is now that I'm beginning to understand, because I've been listening to you. Anytime that you are preaching about this religion, I always pay attention. So, Mazi, thank you very much for good work. That is all I have to say.
There were Mazi. Thank you. The issue is they will not answer you, when they see your own, in traditional religion, they call it every bad name, but they brought their own. That is, what they are doing, manipulation. They subjugate you mentally so that you believe their own, because it's white. They paint it white. That is, all these are, what we are doing here is to make sure to poke your brain into asking questions. Stop going and behaving sheepishly. This world we are in, it is only we humans that can build it. God will not build another city, another world and throw for us. Stop this stupidity and gullibleness. Hold people accountable. Those that merit holding accountable, hold them. Stop believing about when you are the DOs or pastors or imams. We say, don't worry, leave it for God. Pray for them instead. It is written here, this, tell the person, go to hell. That is lie. In this world we are, it is we human beings that should build it. That is why America is built, and you want to go there. It didn't fall down from heaven. Dubai of yesterday is built, and people are rushing to already made. They didn't pray and it fell down. Any person that is telling you to condone evil, pray for corrupt and criminals we call politicians in Nigeria, tell the person you are even demonic like them. That is it. Caller on WhatsApp. Let me see whether I have call on direct line. As usual, calls on direct line have stopped until somebody start talking and they will start calling. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mazi.
There, well, welcome to the program.
Thank you very much, Mazi Jonathan Chideke. Madam Miriam, thank you, my dear sister.
Thank you.
I thank you. Thank you very much. I thank you for this day. I thank you for the coming of our leader, Mazi Kanu. And also thank you for the coming of Radio Biafra. Because that Radio Biafra and people like you, people, I don't know, we forgive in the darkness. This white man religion that white people bring to us is an abomination to us. This white man religion has destroyed many brain of our people. Our people are not reasoning as a human being anymore. And the worst part of it is that this white man religion have never bring any good to us. Because this Christianity and the white people education, their government are working together. They are the same, no difference. As they use their government to divide our people, make divide and rule. That is how they use that very religion, division in Christianity. The Catholic cannot marry a deeper life. A deeper life cannot marry an Anglican. An Anglican cannot marry a grace of God. And if you come into a family that you have a different denominational, that is how fight will be going on in that very family. But all of them believe that they are going to heaven that is not in existence. That is a dissension. What I don't have much to say because you people have said it all. And I'm begging that this bureaucracy should be repeated without number so that
of which was in demon I will read, because you get knowledge from everywhere. So let us let us, what is done is done. What we are telling our people, what we are doing here is to make sure, because really it's when Biafra comes that we can provide a very viable alternative. Like before, when our leader was preaching this, people were soliciting for Church of Biafra direct everywhere for indigenous people of Biafra everywhere around the world. When our nation is restored, now there will be freedom of worship, but it will be based on a common value. Do you understand? Common value. And that time, with the power of government, things will be righted. So telling people, what I tell people is, if you are going to churches, please go with your brain. Before, if we are going to churches, we don't go with our brains. We remove our brains and keep it. We reach there, they pump everything, another brain into us, and we carry it. That is why couples, they don't have even trust to tell themselves secrets first. Or for wife, we go and tell the daddy Jew first. Before anything, before telling the husband. Husband, the same thing. So this is mental slavery. We should go with our brain. Therefore, anything you read, after all, you can read different things. It doesn't mean you learn, you absorb knowledge from everything, even every book, I'm telling you. So that is what I want to say. Mazi, please go on and round up.
Okay. But that it's not the way that you understand it, it's the way that these people understand it. You can use your brain and reading it and understand something, but people put their life on this book, they put their life there. But I tell you that our people have starting to rise up against this abominable religion that white man bring to us. But what I want to say, my last word is that our people should start now teaching our children the way of our forefathers, our ordinary. Our parents should start now teaching our children the way of our forefathers, the way of our ancestors that we used to worship Chukwokika Abiyama. Understand? Because if they start to teach our children this slave book, this thing will sink inside their brain, and they will continue to be slaving our people mentally, because this is what I call mental slavery. And the mental slavery is what worst slavery that you can slave anybody. White man religion is an abomination. Our people should stop going to church. Church is an abomination.
Thank you, Mazi. Here we don't talk only out of emotion. We bring facts so that people will decide by themselves. That is what we do here, please. For your information. That is the thing. It is for you to make your personal decision based on what we are saying. It's not that we are forcing or telling you, oh, stop doing it. No. We are learning. We are learning by the information you need to know so that you make the right decision. That is it. So that people will not misunderstand us. I have a caller on direct line. Caller on direct line, can you hear me? Caller on direct line, please go on. The platform is yours. Go on. Caller on direct line.
Hello, Mazi, good evening.
Please go on.
First time caller, started listening to Radio Biafra last year. Okay. And I'm happy for Amadike. About this religion of a thing. Today, Pope have not said anything concerning Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And I could remember when this brother from Anambra that is in Rome that was talking about we have not seen the war. That during the war we do not know what happened during the war. We have not said anything about concerning our Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Till now we have not said anything concerning Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, but he was telling us about what happened in the war. Now about this religion of a thing. I could remember I was a member of a Catholic church, and I've been going to church right from when I was born. Till up 8, I'm Catholic, but now I could Mazi Nnamdi Kanu told us that when you go to church, where they ask you to pray for Nigeria, you must not go there. And the Christian religion is a scam. See, today they've been telling us about how to worship Jesus, how to do this, how to do that. Till now, telling us about the Jesus Christ, and they've been killing Christians in this place, and the people that brought the religion to us have not said anything. I'm talking to my people about how to listen to Radio Biafra, and see, today most of my friends are not talking to me. Those that I worship with in the church, those that I go to church with in the in Catholic church, they don't talk to me. They are looking at me as somebody that they told me that anybody that is telling me about Biafra, that person is deceiving me. That have to come back to Jesus Christ. That is only Jesus that can save us.
That is the damage this thing has done to us.
Cannot save our family. It's only Jesus that can save us, and it's only Jesus that is the only true way to heaven. So if I want to go to heaven, I must have to abandon Biafra. And I told them that Biafra is the only religion that can save us, and is the only religion that can make us free from this abominable contraction called Nigeria. And they're telling that if I continue like this, I'm going to be perished. See, today all the people that are worshiping with in my home in the church, they don't talk to me. They abandon me, telling me that I don't know what I'm doing, that I have to come back to Jesus Christ for me to be saved. So this religion of a thing, we have to continue talking about it, and I've been telling people about it, that it's only Biafra that can save us from this thing that we are facing in this country, and they refuse to hear. So I want you people to continue telling people about what religion is all about. In my village, I have people that they don't go to church since they were born, and things are moving well with them, because when they go to see us, when they go Abuja, they will come back, kill the ram and the goat for the goat. The goats will accept. If you see that they progress, they marry, they do everything, they build house, but we that have been going to church right from when we were small, things are not moving well with us. And they'll be telling us that our own is in heaven, that we must not achieve something on this planet, that we're supposed to focus on heaven. And that heaven is what they are preaching out in the church. Could you imagine a priest that is a Biafran telling us that if you do not get your voter's card, you are not coming to church again, and that thing will be as you are coming to church, your voter's card will be your entrance gate. And I told the priest that for that reason I'm not even coming to church. Go with your mass and go with your church. I don't come to church any longer. And I was called from one of my brothers from the east, I'm in Lagos, and he told me that for me to say that I'm asking God for something and I'm against the priest of God. I should not allow the priest of God as a in heaven, that I have to respect a priest. He told me to teach that I should return myself, telling that ask God to forgive me, if not that I have made curse upon me, and that curse will follow me and my generation. And I told that the person that called me that there is no curse will follow me and no curse will follow my generation. That Jesus Christ is not the God. Is not the Almighty God. It's Chukwukadama that is the Almighty God in heaven. And by the grace of Chukwukadama, no curse will follow me. And instead, the blessing will be upon me and upon the Biafra and upon Mazi, Nnamdi, Kanu and upon Jonathan and every other person that is speaking about this Biafra. Oh, hey, Biafra.
No, hey, Biafra. Do you see why we... Yes. Okay, let me come in after you come in, just a little bit, because there are people lining up waiting. Do you see why we are doing what we are doing? Do you see, because of religion, because of religious belief, which they impose on us? Some people see what we are doing as going against, their religion. That as you are doing it, you cannot go to go into the kingdom of God, because of you are exercising your right in self-determination. Do you see what? I want people that castigate. Do you see why we are doing what we are doing? In order to expose the facts, in order to make people start thinking. Otherwise, we are finished. They will tell them this is the King Leopold mandated missionary mind control. That is what is playing, so that our people can never resist. They can never rise up. I used to ask, does our people have any red line? This is the reason why anything against our people goes. Only once that the Jew will call them and say, hand everything over to God. So don't go there to protest.
I wanted to encourage that my sister to, hopefully she's listening, to let her know that she's entitled to worship wherever or not to worship. It has nothing to do with the blessing of God in her life. God has already positioned her, has already ordained whatever He wants to give her, whether she goes to a religious place or not. That is a fact. The PVC paper they're telling you, card they're telling you if you don't have it, it's a gateway to whatever. Who printed it? Was it printed from heaven? Was it done in heaven? Was it even done by a Christian? Most likely it was printed by an infidel. The machine that is used to print it by an infidel, a non-Christ confessing individual. That's what I'm trying to say. And yet, that's what I'm telling you now is the gateway to your salvation. My sister, please, thank God you started listening to Radio Biafra. You can replay these tapes over and over again. That is why we are doing them. A moment where you're feeling low or you think you're alone is a connecting point for you. You listen to it and you be encouraged. You are not alone. I am a living witness. God is real. Chukwuka is real. You don't need any religion. It's your choice. Thank you. That's it. God bless.
Let me try to pick again. Caller on direct line. Please call us on WhatsApp and Signal. Hold on. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir.
Please go on. Please go on.
Yeah, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Honestly, I just want to thank you for tonight's presentation. Not too long, we in you and Auntie over there, we now find out that you are almost done with the presentation, and a friend who has been a good friend was the first time he's listening to our radio, and he was thinking if he downloaded the information. He was asking me, which message is this? Which preacher is this? And all that. I say it's Radio Biafra. It's unbelievable. So I just want him to talk to you live on radio to find out that it's true, because he was demanding for the copy so that he can carry on the message. That's okay. Let me hand over to him. Thank you so much. Listen to me.
Please do. We are live and direct. Please do. There we Mazi, there we are live and direct.
Okay, Mr. Imo on the line.
There we.
Hello, sir.
Go on, Mazi, please. I don't need to interrupt you. We are live and direct. Go on, please.
Okay. Mr. Imo on the line from outside the state. It's a Google government. And that is my first time of joining this station in this radio, and I love this so much.
The line has cut. Most probably it is their airtime. I believe so. Caller on Signal. Can you hear me? Caller on Signal. Welcome to the program.
Yes, then I know they can hear me. Sorry, can you hear me?
And there, Mazi, go on, please. Mazi, there is a noise. I don't know, a radio or app that is on is repeating at the background, please.
My radio is not on.
Are you using earphone? Are you using earphone?
Yes, I'm using earphone.
Remove it, please. That is a cost. Remove it.
Okay, sir. Okay, Jonathan.
Go on.
Jonathan.
Go on.
Okay, sir. Jonathan, the sheikh. Remember, sir, we Biafrans. There is nothing anybody can do about it. We are going. We are Biafrans. Find out follow. Our Biafrans, what is our problem? Let us say Christianity is Jesus Christ. You see to go to Bible. Our shit. And the Muslim choose Muhammad to see Allah, which is Chukwu Kikada. And it is Chukwu Kikada that owns this world. No other person. Sun, he has the moon, the stars. Even we human beings. What is our problem? Is it because you are a father? That is why your father's land will become to foreigners. Our own Savior, as Jesus came over 2,000 years ago to save those generations. This generation is the generation of Jesus Christ. Indeed. And our need is here to save us so that we have a better life. All of us are suffering. We have father, we have bishop, we have pastors, we have. Let the Jonathan, they will call you what. I'm going to study Acts chapter 2. But what people of the two? Acts chapter 2, the coming of the Holy Spirit. Then the Jonathan, when you got studying, so every verse important. When the Holy Spirit entered them,
Everybody will have their own language. Today, then they watch all this person. What is the meaning of Santa Kaliboya? A language that you that is speaking it, you can't even understand. Then it is super to carry out that the God that gave you guys will understand what he has. Then you see how all this person, when we got the power that said, and then not the one that is allow this flag to come and kill us and take our land. And then the Jonathan, they're gonna laugh man. This is quick and all again. I don't know about you see, this is not going to be dead. How would they say, well, can you be like Christ? No, the kind of said it. You as a pastor, you as a bishop, you as a father, can you be like Christ? Jesus Christ, that's it, no? Who is the mother of Jesus Christ? You said, Mary. To go to which person is his mother? You yourself as a pastor, which person is your mother? If you have the mother of Jesus Christ, it's not the mother, your own mother. By the way, then the Jonathan, that's how they show back. I never show back. I said, I demonstrate to our lady back. That's the best Jonathan question. Mommy, why? Everybody want to kill them. Mommy, why? And you're going to say, when I want to throw that story, we're going to try you. Let's show because I know it's how but then the Jonathan, let him be a direct one into the world. United Nations, 6 months there, that is their business. Any day, Fulani release our leader for us. I will send it right on the bottom of them. That is when our government will this war, everybody will perish. Let everybody respect himself and live in their own life. And then this is our land, and we are well sent. Let them just down there and down. Other than Zonga, almost already as now, America. Jonathan, so you find out the black no more fighting, no more. I don't have a parent to go with this book and Abuja. Can you tell them temple? What do you also? Mama, I'm not going to buy a from this was the leg.
Mazi, come to Kenegi, so more way now. Every time on radio. Colonial Biafrans, okay, him and Biko, because I am at loss sometimes. I look behind our water.
As one more which will be that joy. I'm a big. The comes, which area, Oga, let's make the Gajupa. I had got that show. Then they just as on our bells and raising a car. So, yeah, and then, operating again about the Calica. I know the folk can run away. They don't know the socket and I guess the socket or a place. And the socket on this foot now because of the land. Now, no more than a child. I will get the church to the children of Roma. Then when they are butcher, I never went there. I never went there.
I think this issue you have to settle it privately. Not every time. Please, caller on there. Well, thank you very much. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program.
Yeah, Mazi Jonathan. Prophet is a defender. So, good evening, all Biafra.
He have to say what people understands and what makes sense. Yeah. You cannot maybe only go privately. Yeah, put on a radio Biafra now blaster the person. It doesn't make sense. Please, I don't condone it. Go on, please.
It's true. But Jonathan, I like the program you present this night. In fact, I try my possible best to reach him and I will nappy. Suddenly better. Thank God for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Mazi, this Christianity, they have done a lot to us. They have done I thank God for this. You are telling them and telling us too. You understand? So that they will know what they do to us. Mazi, there is a testimony I want to give you. Because these people, they are very, very heartless and wicked. My wife was pregnant. Suddenly, getting to the delivery time, my in-law called me. I see my wife, he started keeping quiet, doing as if something is bothering her. And I tried to know, she did not tell me. And He said they went to one prophetess, and the prophetess prophesied that her life is in danger. That they are prophesying that when he has pregnant, maybe they call her name. I don't even know. I just listening to this one. I just keep calm. Let I know where she's going to. So he said, although they said it's from liver, it's from water. I say, Mommy, what are you saying? He said it's true. That her life is in danger. That they said if he born 1, born 2, born 3, getting to 4, that she will die. I say, he said this is what they did. That at the end he said there is a big sacrifice that we will make. That the more go take sacrifice go dey at church, go dey the metal giving. Mazi dey not thank God for Radio Biafra. I said, Mommy, what are you saying? I asked her, what did you see your forefather, or do you know your forefather, or do you read about your forefather? He said yes. I said, what's the God they are worshiping then? Are they Christianity then? He said no. I said, why should you believe on all this thing? So you people, I said, why should you go to that woman? I'm showing my own family. The time you born your children, at least you have up to 5 children. The time you born them, did anybody come and tell you that when you born 1, when you born 2, or when you born 3, die? Did somebody tell you like that? He said no. Why should you?
Mazi, you are calling on WhatsApp. Just hold on. You are calling from the Zoom, but you are calling on WhatsApp, so no problem. Do you see in this world, let me tell people that are listening, human beings have power, natural power, endowed power, until you discover it. That is why, when people whenever you believe in anything, you see it happens. These people, it is psychological. They use fear to catch you, to grip you. And once they grip your mind and you start being afraid, it's finished. It's finished. That thing can happen. You just imagine, just practice this today. If early in the morning you are healthy, but you start pretending, say, believing in you that, I'm sick, I'm sick. Before God and man, before 12 o'clock, you become sick. Real sickness. If you really believe it that you are sick. You understand? So people don't understand that all these people, they use psychological thing. There is no way you can go to any of that you just and you will not see anything. You will first of all grab when they go to Bible school, they train them on psychology, mind control. That is what they train them for. So that they will be watching you like this, and they will be talking something, putting one thing inside you, and they will know that they have grabbed you with that thing. And once you believe and continue, finish, you are in their palm of arms. And anything from there, they can be controlling you. Before you know, okay, I'll bring a bullet, or we go do sacrifice, kill it in Bar Beach. From there, you have become, a tool in their hand. They can use you as they want. Any slightest, if you are walking or driving on the road, you see anything, ordinary snake that will cross the road, you will stop and call your mommy Gio, your prophetess. Hey, as I am something normal, but he will say, yes, they are here, you see. Thank God that is what I did. From there, we will and holding you postage. That is it. Go on, please.
So, if you see the anger that I should do something that I thought I want to die or something like that, say, calm down. Except I will call this call and you never call me again. Stop telling me about this thing. In fact, you will give me the number of that person. If anything happened to my wife, I will blow that person person responsible. He started
of course.
telling me, it's not, it never is like that. I said, what are you saying now? You didn't deck. I'm joking with me. I'm joking. The person you are talking about is my wife. I know her. You never ask her whether she belongs to River or not. It's your daughter now. You ask her. Instead, they said that they are not talking about. They will not talk. There's a secret. I said, then never you again to talk to that or even going to that place. If anything happen, my wife deliver safely. My wife deliver safely. What are they saying? They did not allow us to worship the God that when you olden days come to shrine. If you come to shrine, the shrine will detect you. It will detect you. Is it not the God that they make sacrifice? They consult God. It will detect the person that do that bad thing. Which God passer? This one they will tell you have faith tomorrow. Pray it will be better tomorrow. I see people be going to one place, they're laying hand on praying in the church. I say, these people are they human beings? Are they not listening? Are they even the people, the pastors? I know that they are really people, really good, but nothing there for their head. Mazi, this not whatever that you explained, it's also up to 21 hours, and Nohanez never said anything about that, and we never see any person that come and condemn what these people say. It's only IPOB.
We continue fighting. We continue fighting. We don't depend on Nohanez. We continue fighting. Thank you, Mazi. Thank you.
Mazi, I want to give me that your Facebook. You say Raphael what? I don't forget.
Jonas Raphael, please inbox me after I will send you the link, please. Direct.
Okay.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
Oh, Biafra. Almost Biafra. Thank you very much. We must continue. I have a caller or callers that are ringing. Even this one, the phone, I cannot even be able to pick because calls are flooding in. But I will. Okay. Caller on signal. Are you there? No. He has gone. Caller on WhatsApp. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp. Off your radio, please. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Do you see? Caller on WhatsApp for the last time. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Mazi, when you call, please concentrate. I've been shouting. Go on, please.
Okay. Can I go on?
That is why I pick your call, Mazi. Go on, please. It seems you are not listening.
Thank you. Thank you so much. My name is still not full candidate of my calling from Sweden. Please, first of all, I want to thank you for your good work and our dying one. We don't continue to then Mazi Jonathan in the name of Chukwu. He said, Mazi Jonathan, first of all, please, I want to plead you for one thing. You see that very letter, that you have found, that's what that is the main point of how to, if possible, how you can publish all this so that people can read by themselves. Yeah, even in WhatsApp, because this is the main problem we are having, that is so that people should understand why we should go to church with our sins. Because we have to pray to God. We know God before white man come. So I don't think our people understand. And the only way out now is so in fact, I'm just thinking, but already that is the main thing. That very public, that's very founded, that's Leopold. Is very, very important for people to read. That very document is the main problem we are having as a black race. That is the main problem.
So, hey, okay, I rest my case. Thank you.
That is it. What we are doing is damage control, but a day begin once upon a time begins a story. That is the reality. So, you know, after all, you see Roman Empire that was there for thousands of years, hundreds of years, if not thousands of years, that have been in power controlling the world. Eventually, people started understanding their secrets, and they started falling piece by piece. Today, they are you know, only relegated to how many, whether up to 5 kilometers or 10 kilometers square, the Vatican, the Holy See. That is how the world is. So, as we are opening our brains, our eyes to understand the antics of our subjugators, our slave masters, our colonizers, now we have to start rising, and it is working, honestly. Caller on signal, you will be the second to the last caller. Caller on signal, welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
I hear you, Mazi, Jonathan Chile. All hail Biafra.
Almost hail Biafra. There we go.
IPOB, one family. My name is Kisuru. I'm calling from Morocco. My brother and my sisters, thank you people, including our leader. My brother, religion is a disease. In my own opinion, and majority, pure disease. And you know, that my brother now is crying about people. These people, they come, the colonization, they first of all come with missionary. Now we are not aware, even when they born Jesus, even the time they kill him. I'm telling you, even the time he go to heaven. They are already from their far from where they are teaching. They are living. What did they do? They hand them over those puppets, like a damn guy now you are calling up after the colonization, they hand them over the power. Now we can see that even in that in a Muslim way, when you argue with them, when we tell you that Bilal is a black man, now you realize that Bilal now they call it was called a false Allah and shouted in the Mecca side Arabia. That man is a pure slave. You see? So upon the maltreating, this is how this roll. Today, here I am. There is a lot of Islamic scholars studied all the way from Nigeria to here in 31. God made. Now, I asked one of them because they are discussing with one the northern Moroccan. Now, when I arrived there, they call, this is your brother, this is this. I said, now my brother, have you seen what you have been dragging yourself to pit in Nigeria? Now you see you as a black man, you did not, because
and he's a Muslim. He's a Muslim like him.
He's a Muslim, my dear brother. Even him is the one that confessed from me, honestly. He said he wants to read the Quran in his hand. He wants to shake the imam there, the imam, tell him he should get up there. I said, man, that is it. But here in your black country, you are carrying it overhead. I said, these people ready to hug and greet a Spanish white man and throw you out into pit with their Quran. He said, I'm seeing it. He said, yes, that is it. This is where you are following. I'm not dislodging anybody to follow. That is your own. But, you know, first is your color. Therefore, human beings, we have already met before these people, including the name they answered. Some of them are attached to their own traditional name. All hail Biafra. God bless you.
Almost hail Biafra. That is it. For people that maybe could not, let me explain what this our brother said. You know, he lives in Morocco. It's an Arabic country, Muslim country. He said people that come, Muslims that come from Nigeria. He himself is not a Muslim. You know that. Now, they left him, his fellow Moroccan Muslims. After everything, they carry him, they say, oh, there's your brother, a black person like you here. They didn't carry him, to welcome him and say, oh, he's our Muslim brother. No, now they put him to the person that back in Africa, he is ready, that person is ready to kill this our brother for Islam. But his eye opened. Our brother told him, say, look, do you see it? That is, this thing now is a religion you are dying to secure. Oh, Arab, oh, Islam. But here now, they refuse you. They see you as a black man. Do you see it? Now they take you to me, your black brother. But back in Africa, you can kill me because of this religion. He said, he talked to the man. The man said, "You are not telling. My whole, philosophy of this religion have just changed with the episode of what happened. That is it. It's just like what is happening to us. Oh, we are sending money to contributing money every Sunday, sending to Pope in Rome, to Canterbury in UK. They are killing us. None of them are doing anything. None. They kept quiet. But every Sunday you go and send money. Is it not stupid? They look at you as very gullible and stupid set of people. That is the reality. That is the reality. It is only us that can save ourselves from both mental and physical slavery. No other person. Forget about the foreign imposed religion. It is we that has the same, value. Our traditional way of life, our traditional religion, that is what binds us together. Forget about those people as I answered Jonathan, because of the Christianity. They can't do nothing more than your own brother. They can't do it for you and nothing. Only maybe if they are slaughtering us now in a war, they will come. Hey, Reverend Father, he brought Gary Gabon. He bring the Oporoko to help us. But the thing they should do should start now. They are doing nothing. It tells you all you need to do to know. I have a caller on WhatsApp. He will be the last caller. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Please, you are the last caller. Go on, please.
Mazi, good evening from here. Mazi, Jonathan.
Yeah, well, Mazi.
I salute you. I salute my sister, our sister, Wada Maria Heda. Wada, I would still like to know your Biafran name or Igbo name because, but however, I do abide on whatever you said here, Mazi, Jonathan. You people are really eye-openers to our people and to all of us entirely. The fire must keep on burning. They can hold the messenger, but the message is already out there. And if the Fulanis are still fighting from since 1904 to date, till this, as we are speaking, almost some minutes to 12 and 2022, and we are in 30th of July, they are still fighting to accomplish the dream of their ancestors. What makes us Biafrans to abandon what our ancestors have given over to us? Mas, the reason why I called this evening, sorry I haven't introduced myself. My name is Mazi Emmanuel. I come from Arondi Zog. And by the special grace of Chukwu Okike Abiyama, I serve the indigenous people of Biafra as the Paris Zonal Coordinator. Mazi, the reason why we are, in fact, I want to quote the father of the person who betrayed our leader, which is Uhuru Kenyatta. His father, who is, I think, Jomo Kenyatta. He said that white people came into our land in Africa and they asked us to close our eyes, and as we were closing our eyes, before we open our eyes, they have possessed all our land. They have owned all our lands. And and they handed Bible over to us. And that very issue, or that very wealth, is very, very heavy. Because when you look at today, what we are passing through, especially in Biafra land, who can we ever tell in this very world that Biafra land is the land, only a portion of a land who has been feeding the whole world today? But you know, journalists and CNN and other newspapers, they can never talk about it because Britain never want them to say anything concerning Biafra or anything concerning our race. They only talk of Iran, Saudi Arabia, other countries who they use their oil to deceive other people, but not really telling the people that where they are getting all their resources are from Biafra land. The resources they are using to conquer other nations or build their military mights are coming out from Biafra land. They don't say that. Mazi, the question we should ask ourselves is this. Fulani people don't want us to relate to Israel or to relate to any other person. But them, they are free to relate to Saudi Arabia. They are free to go to their Mecca to pray. But we are not authorized to go to maybe to Jerusalem or to go any other place to pray. No, we are free to go to Rome. You can go to Rome, because they know that those people are just hypocrites. They don't know, they don't talk. If they are talking, why haven't they said anything concerning the killings of the Christians in Nigeria and in Africa in general? Are they not Christians? But you see the double standard. Mazi, are you telling me that if in Nigeria today that is Biafrans or Euro or Oduduwas are killing the Northerners, are you telling me that Saudi Arabia will keep quiet? The answer is no. Saudi Arabia and the other Muslim countries around the world can never keep quiet. But because of these people that brought Christianity to us were not originally Christians. They were convertees, like they brought it to us. That is my own understanding. These people were not originally or born Christian, because Christianity never started from Europe. It started, the person we are talking about is a Jewish man, which originated from Israel. But these people build their own to suit their own narrative, and they start selling it to the gullible Africans. And they're backing it up with their own currency, which is money. today is bubbling, is raining everywhere. Today, we have jettisoned all our own. See where we have landed ourselves. Mazi, what you people are doing here is, it pains me that our people are very, very critical and very, we are stubborn. I am not exonerating myself. We are stubborn. And that stubbornness will cost us a lot. That stubbornness we are very, very stubborn, yes, but that stubbornness will cost us a lot, and it has costed us a lot already, but it will still cost us a lot for we to learn a very big lesson. Because can you tell me that had it been that is Fulani, they kill up to 5 million in Nigeria, can they still be part of this Nigeria? The answer is no. Is it Yorubas? Had it been they killed Yorubas the same way they killed Biafrans because of their own resources? Are you telling me that Yorubas will still be part of Nigeria? The answer is no. But today, we see Biafrans, we see Igbos, we see Efik, Ijos. All of our people are still championing for Nigeria. Talking as if, are we offerings? Are we fatherless? Are we landless? Are we Fulanis are landless? Fulanis are people with countryless people. Are we countryless? Why are our people, because of the currency that white people normally fabricate in their so-called banks, are using that so-called currency that has no value, selling our ancestral lands? Why? This is a very pertinent question. And you see what I am begging, even though if heaven, I don't know whether Biafra comes or Biafra did not come, we must accomplish that thing that Ojukwu could not accomplish. What was that? You see all these saboteurs. You see these people, these traitors. Ojukwu allowed. Ojukwu allowed. Our team, Ojukwu allowed. They never dealt with them. People who sabotaged Biafra from 1967 to 1970, they allowed them. They left them. They allowed them, and Nigeria, the enemies, used them against us. Just today, we see a lot of people sabotaging Biafra. We see a lot of people fighting against this freedom. Because of what? They saw that the old ones, they never received any punishment. And to them, it's normal thing. They can just do, say, Biafra in the morning, in the night, they are one Nigeria. They can just say Biafra on the mouth, in their heart, they know that they are just there to sabotage you. You see, if we never achieve anything, these people, we must hunt all of them, wherever they may be. If it's only that we achieve, I will be very, very satisfied. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me say something concerning what our brother said. Our late Jim, eternal hero, not that he left saboteurs, never. Far be it. People, he didn't leave them. No. The reality is that we lost the war. If you understand, with the help of the saboteurs, yes, we lost the war. And as you lost, there is nothing much you could do. Saboteurs became imposed on us as our political leaders, our political elites. Do you understand? Didn't you see somebody that came up after the war, 80s, Mbakwe? He was a hardcore Biafran, and he started doing good thing. setting up industries in Imo State. He built Imo State airport through the general contributions, which I did. That time I was going to school. I was going to school, you know. My father paid for it also. They call it Imo Airport Appeal Fund. So, but what happened? I think they put him in jail after the military takeover of they invited them. They destroyed everything subsequently. So, it is not that our eternal leader, Dim Odimegwojuku, left the saboteurs. Let us say it as it is, please. It is that he was overwhelmed. We are defeated. And, you know, the conqueror, not a conqueror anyway, because they didn't conquer us. They defeated us. And they entered into the another pattern of real final conquest, which they have been since 1970 till today. But they couldn't. It's late now, it's too late. So, in our own time, that is why I am soliciting as hardcore Biafrans. Do not come here to tell, DOS, we should give us order. All those known saboteurs, anywhere in the world, you can take a wolf action. That is it. That is how people sabotage will, you know, diminish in our land. When they see that, oh, the people that are missing in this country, in this place, one saboteur is missing. The other side, another saboteur is missing. You see people now become afraid. You know, our people, they see that we are powerless. We can't do nothing. Instead, onye too much, cannot do anything. You see people come here, Mazi, Nnamdi Kanu, DOS, give us order, so that which order are you waiting? Because you are weak. I give an example always. Look at Arabs, look at Muslims. They take wolf action. Wolf action. And that is why they are respected all over the world. Because if you are in one part of the world doing something against the religion, in your place, you don't know, as you are going out in another part of the world, one person will just target you and without waiting for any command, no person commands him. He's doing it, defending his religion. Biafra is our religion. Any person that is sabotaging this, he should be automatically sentenced. Do not wait or expect for us to come on air, for the HOD come on air and announce, oh yeah, this person. No, because that is what our people should be doing. Wolf action. That is it. Wada, I don't know. Please, you have to come in and make your departing remark. Many people are still calling, but I can no more. We are 4 hours plus. Go on, Wada.
Okay, Mazi, if you want me, then let me give.
Of course, go.
Okay.
Of course.
Okay, Mazi. How I'm going to bring my come to conclusion today. I'm just going to give our people, or give us an idea how these people manipulated our people, how they took what we had, told us they were bad. On the other hand, they brought the same thing, but in a different format and ways. Like, for example, when you started it when you mentioned Mazi, you said when it comes to indigenous people, they will refer to our altars as shrine to make it look dirty, sound dirty, look devilish, But when it comes to Christianity, it will be called altar. They're all the same thing. When it comes to like our priests, which is whom people will find in the altar, our own, they call them, the way they call it, native priest. There's a way they call that priesthood. All these native priests, giving the connotation that all they do is do evil, devilish things. But when it comes to the Christianity, or this Christian religion, they will call them reverend fathers, sisters, nuns. They are all priests. Whether they're traditional priests, they're altar priests, altar is altar, whether you call it altar or shrine, they're the same thing. You come to Ani or Allah, which is the Mother Earth. We have, we believe the Mother Earth, that's why it's qualified as a she, because she's a bringer of what? The things of food. Let me use the word food that we use to sustain life. So invariably, Mother Earth is what gives us, sustains life, gives us life. Through Mother Earth, life is brought and life is encouraged. Go to, and then we, our people believe in Mother Earth, they worship Mother Earth. Anne is a powerful deity we worship. What did they do? Virgin Mary is a kind of Anne. She's a virgin. Through her, when you break her, you bring out life. Life springs out. That's what I'm telling you. Through her, a seed was sown, and this seed is whom you call Yeshua, according to the Christians, Jesus. And through this Jesus, true life, which is spiritual life, is given. Just like our people believe in Ani, through Ani or Allah, a seed, we sow seed, and through the seeds we sow to Ani, where life is encouraged, life is embellished, life is multiplied. So these are the things our ancestors were doing. That's what I'm trying to bring out. When they came out, they already knew these things. They knew we knew how to worship God. They knew what we're doing were not devilish. They were not that. I'm not saying everything. Most of the things we're doing, just like with every other culture. But just to bring in deception, they kind of change the formats, change the names, change the scenario, the conversation to make our own look bad and nasty. So, but let's look at this. This is the kicker for me when I was writing this down. Now everybody's talking about climate change, greenhouse energy and all that, trying to combat climate change. The question is, what is it that brought climate change? It's Western civilization. That's what it is. But then look at that. That is Western science and technology. Again, I'm not putting it down. But the way they went about it is what is destroying the atmospheric air world. And then we are talking about climate change. We have to combat it. But because this earth we are talking about have been here for millions of years, science is proving that human beings have lived or walked on this physical earth for millions of years. And our ancestors were part of those ancient people that lived. They have lived, they never violated nature. Rather, they respected nature because they understood that they have to work in harmony with nature. They had their own science. They had their own technology. Like I invoked earlier on, they were great navigators. They traveled a lot, both land and sea. They were great astronomers. That's science. That's technology. Some of them, people may not believe, but I can tell you, there are very few people that can still do it. But some people, in English, you can call it telepathy or teletransportation. They can be here and they'll be able to be somewhere else. You may not see them, be able to affect things, affect change. That's a science. Unfortunately, they could not write some of these things down. They didn't write them down for us to continue. They were orally passed down. Along the way, some people, we missed the connection, which is the reason why we have to go back. Do research. Find out how were our ancestors able to live. How were they able to read nature? How were they able to predict nature? How did they get the amount of knowledge of astronomy? Even when you read the Bible, according to the Christian Bible, you read it. They said the shepherds were watching, taking care of their sheep at night. When you read the Bible, they were magi. Magi were magicians. These were from the east. They were not from the west. So when you talk about east, they were either far east or east. This is China, Japan, Russia, far east. These were astrologers. They were able to read nature. They were able to read the heavens, the skies, know when there was a shift. There's going to be a paradigm shift in nature. That was why, according to your story in the Bible, they were able to spot that something new, if you want to believe and follow the story of the Bible, something new has happened in nature. A great star has come that has come to change the paradigm shift of whatever was happening then for those people, which is what happened in our own case now, in the person of Mazi or Hamadike. He has come for a mission. There's a paradigm shift. That That is why the world is in turmoil. Those who do not want to follow this, change that is coming in, which must come. That is why Nigeria is in trouble. This change must come. But most of us are not able to read it because we have lost our ancient technology, our ancient science, our spiritual ways, which would have enabled most of us. I know some of us are aware, are in tune to understand. Mazi understand that he's on a mission. He's been saying it. So that was our way. Our ancient people, they were able to even predict when their life was coming to a close. They will gather their families. There was no will. Nobody, a good man that lived and was spiritually developed, didn't have to write a will. They didn't write wills. When their time was closed, they will gather their families, give instructions, and quietly cross over. That's a kind of science. You still find it in the Bible. When it was time for somebody like Joseph to die, Jacob, the Bible said, he gathered his people. Abraham did it. They rendered their blessings, rendered their curses, gave us punishment. Then they knew, they would tell them, I'm crossing over. Some people are still able to have an idea today, but many of them, very few of them. That's why we must go back to that technology. Let it evolve. Research it. See what it is. We could have gone our way with, or mix it up with the Western civilization or technology. Only God knows what would have been. So that's one of the things we are missing. So when our ancestors were following their own scientific way, their own methodology of explaining and harnessing nature, they respected nature. There was no need for climate control. They knew we had natural resources, all these minerals, all these iron, all this gold, because they played with them. Look at the Kanu. Look at the influence of Egyptology. You see the amount of wealth they had, the amount of gold. They knew they had this diamond, but they did not abuse those things. They were careful because they knew that they must have a relationship, respect between them and nature, and that which nature has given them, so that they can this life and this earth can be sustainable to sustain their life. So these are some of the things we are missing. I just wanted to bring it out to let us know that our ancestors were not dumb. They were not dumb. They knew better. Even this, the only thing that the science of the white man is practical, is physical, but it's more of illusion. I'm not condemning it. There's a place for it, but there should be a place for our own too. Because even this medicine we're talking about, if some of us can go back and do a little reading, you don't have to go deep. You will find out that this medicine we are talking about are the insertion of medicine. The herbal medicine, that is traditional medicine, and the conventional medicine were one time the same thing. They were together. Anybody that was a doctor then had the knowledge of both. Even metaphysics, some of them went into metaphysics, cosmology, and all that. It was all brought under the umbrella of medicine. Until the Western or the white man realized that with that kind of concept, you will not be making a lot of money. He goes back again, making profit. He goes back again, control. That was when they came and splitted what you call traditional medicine from conventional medicine. Because traditional medicine was geared really towards into finding the root cause of your problem and taking care of it. Conventional treatment, that's why it's called health management care. They manage the issue. They don't treat the issue. So what I'm trying to propose here, or what I'm arguing here, is this. If our ancestors were not subdued, were not marginalized, and our own way of life had continued and competed with Western civilization, would have been in a better place than where we are today. That's what I'm going to submit today, Mazi. Thank you. And thank you all for listening. Thank you, Mazi, for the opportunity. God bless.
Thank you very much. We have come to the end of this program, but we shall continue it, I think, another Saturday, God's willing. What we are doing here, it is not something emotional. We poke your mindset, your brains, to go into more researches. That is that is what we are doing here. That is the intention. Go into researches, make factual investigations in order to find out things by yourself. That is what we do here. And that will lead you into taking the right decisions. Because when your eyes are opened on things you didn't know before, or things that we are voluntarily made to misunderstand, because it's a voluntary something, it's a voluntary motive in order to keep you in a shadow, pursuing shadows, in order to keep you gullible. The same way the Nigerian mainstream media keeps Nigerians in in darkness. The way they report news, you will see now they will paint something highly serious, like the overtaking of terrorists in Abuja. The way in other countries, normally political heads will be rolling, people should be resigning, courtesy of the way the media reports it. Do you understand? But when you see Chinese television discussing it, they will be laughing, and the way they will put the sentences, it will galvanize comedians to take over. They will do comedy, use it to gather comedy to make money on some issues that are highly critical and serious to the people. So what happens? Nigerians continue making fun of their lives. That is it. Many things are contributing. So what we are telling you is the reason why you are defending a religion that that come from outside, whereas demonizing your own as a motive. Another day we discuss about more about the motives, please. Therefore, it is high time we start doing the right thing, thinking the right way, because this is the awakening. What we are doing, it is historic. It's historic, honestly, because we are awakening the mindset of our people, of ourselves. Enlightenment. That is how Europe started their own revolutions, after being impregnated with teachings and enlightenment. That time, no microphone, no radio, nothing. Through writing, no printing, no printer. Or sometimes I think a 16th century printer came out first. Yes. So they were writing, distributing. People were reading. When if you read, you tell your fellow, your comrade. Today, people doesn't know what people listen is what do you call it? Gossip. They don't listen to something important to them. It is very mind-boggling. This is where you hear things you can never dream of hearing in the mainstream media. That is why Radio Biafra is addictive. When you start listening to it, you continue. It started from our leader. That is the standard we must continue setting. You continue even if you don't want to listen, but no matter how we are shouting, you feel that that is the only thing we want to hear, nothing more. It doesn't matter whether we shout it or we whisper it. That is not the problem. Therefore, continue in this awakening, this enlightenment, so that we will help yourself and help our people. Thank you for listening. Biafra is our religion. Biafra is where we worship. It's our ideology. We have no other identity other than Biafra. For people that think that they can hold the IPOB hostage, your ass is grass. Nothing can destroy IPOB. It doesn't matter that your personal
Yeah.